Google and Apple are on strict court-ordered deadlines across the world. The latest never-ending data breach has begun. uBlock Origin finally arrives on Safari with a small caveat and more. Welcome to Surveillance Report 236, where we are dedicated to keeping you private and secure with the latest news in the past week. I'm Nathan from The New Oil.
And I'm Henry from TechLaw.
This week, our sponsor is Entei, the zero-knowledge cross-platform photo management app. They offer albums, they offer opt-in geotagging, there's opt-in AI features like facial recognition and natural language search, there's curated memories, there's a phone widget, and there's hidden folders, all pretty standard stuff these days. But they also have some unique features. Aside from being zero-knowledge, they have albums that non-users can add to. It is fully open source. They even have a blog post about how you can self-host it yourself. There's duplicate image detection, so you're not wasting your storage space on accidentally uploading the same thing multiple times. 3 backup locations across the EU, a family plan, and of course, a free plan. So even if you're on the fence about it, you can definitely go check it out, test it out, see if you like it, and you get, I believe it's 10 gigs for free right up front. You can use our link down in the description to let them know that we sent you. It is entei.sh/surveillance report. Henry and I both use them. We're very happy with it. It's a great service, and thank you to Entei for sponsoring us. This week's highlight story, we have a couple of, they're actually wins this week. We don't usually start off with a win, but we're gonna this week. We have some good news about how the mobile operating system landscape is being forced to open up a little bit more and crumble those walled gardens just a little bit. So we're going to start with Google because there's a little bit more to this story to break down. It says Google has just 2 weeks to begin cracking open Android. It admits in emergency filing. The headline says, when Epic won its Google antitrust lawsuit for a second time, it wasn't quite clear how soon Google would need to start dismantling its affirmed illegal monopoly. Today, Google admitted the answer was 14 days. Google has just 14 days to enact major changes to its Google Play App Store and the way it does business with phone makers, cell carriers, and app developers, unless it won an emergency stay from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals as it continues to appeal. It must stop forcing apps to use Google Play billing, allow app developers to freely steer their users to other platforms, and limit the perks it can offer in exchange for pre-installed apps, among other changes. Those changes would not yet include Epic's biggest wins. They don't yet force Google to carry rival app stores within the Google Play Store or to share its full app catalog with those rival stores, so don't expect the Epic Game Store or the Microsoft Xbox Store to appear inside Google Play quite yet. I guess between the time they wrote this article and the time that I found it, there was an update. They said, as of Friday afternoon, all this may take even longer. Hours after we published our story, Google won its emergency stay and now has at least 3 weeks before it has to change the Android App Store policy. So by the time you're listening to this, it's still basically 14 days. When he issued the permanent injunction to begin cracking open Android, the judge gave Google 8 months to come up with a, quote, narrowly tailored system of safety and security procedures before it would be forced to carry rival app stores. So Google has 7.5 months left once the stays have been lifted. Rival app stores won't appear inside Google Play until 2026 at the earliest, but according to Google's emergency stay request, it believes other changes are required far faster. We'll discuss this in a second, but it says the remedies in 4 through 7, 9 through 10, and 13 of the district court's injunction will go into effect in 14 days. Those are like sections of the ruling, section 4, section 5, etc. Google claims this is an emergency because it will have a significant impact on millions of Google's users and over 500,000 app developers, as well as Google itself. So which remedies are 4 through 7, 9, 10, and 13? They're the ones that, 1, stop Google from forcing app developers to use Google Play billing. 2, let Android developers tell users about the other ways to pay from within the Play Store. 3, let Android developers link to ways to download their apps outside the Play Store. 4, let developers set their own prices. 5, stop sharing money or perks with phone makers, carriers, and app developers in exchange for Google Play exclusivity or pre-installation. And 6, working with Epic to resolve any disputes as Google builds a system to let rival app stores in it. Google argues that letting malicious actors link out to external app downloads could expose them to malware and attacks, and that letting developers remove Play billing might make payments less secure and remove expected features. We'll move on to the Apple story in just a second. This is one of those things that's like, yes, kind of. I think Google does make a point that, especially with the billing, if you move somewhere else, you are trusting that developer to have properly implemented their payment system or their website to have the proper certificates installed and things like that. But to be honest, I think they're really over-exaggerating things, especially if the App Store has to go through Google. I think that does give it a little bit more verification. Google can still remove malicious apps. That hasn't changed, and they do that all the time. I think this will be a big lift for them, and I think 14 days is a pretty big rush to start implementing this. But at the same time, I think this whole like, oh, substantial risks and jeopardize the entire ecosystem. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're lying. You're exaggerating. Scammers already do this. Those of you who watch a lot know that Henry and I are very pro like alternate app stores like F-Droid and Accrescent and side loading. Like we do believe that you should have that freedom. But scammers already take advantage of that. They have all these clever tricks to get around things. Like on iPhone, for example, they'll send you a text message and it's like, oh, reply to this text message to activate this Google link that takes you to a random website to download this malware, but it's actually a pay your parking fine app, quote unquote, for audio listeners. So like this is nothing new. This is not introducing, in my opinion, any additional risk that isn't already there. If anything, I would imagine it gives Google slightly more control over that because now, for example, say you want F-Droid and F-Droid, let's say they decide to go ahead and take advantage of this. Now you don't have to like Google F-Droid and possibly find a malicious ad and get taken to that website where you download a fake version of F-Droid. Now you can go get it from the Play Store where Google has vetted this is the official version of F-Droid and you can use it and you're good to go. Although, to be fair, you could run into a malicious ad in Google. There's definitely ads in the Play Store, which is pretty insane. Things like that. But I don't know. I think that's a very disingenuous argument. But at the end of the day, I do think this is definitely a win, especially things like going somewhere else for payments, letting developers set their own prices. I mean, I think those are all definite wins. And it's great to see Google being forced to open that up more and make the playing field a little bit more level.
This is another very Apple situation where a lot of this is about control. It's like 80%, 90% control, 10 to 20% actually caring about, you guys. I wouldn't have as much of an issue with this if the way they presented the argument is, hey, we care about security, but we also understand user choice. So here's like a good compromise. That's never the discussion that's brought up or that's had with these companies. It's always, no, it's a direct compromise. And there is no possibility where both of these things exist, where a user can have choice and not use our products and still have security. And I think whether or not you agree with what the EU is doing with Apple right now, which is essentially like chaining them down and just making them implement things at this point in iOS to open up the market a little bit more, whether or not you agree with that approach, what we've seen is that in those circumstances, Apple has actually been able to open up iOS, and I have yet to hear any actual issue. They made it sound like, oh yeah, if you make us open up iOS, nuclear war will start, the sun will collapse, and the whole universe, as a matter of fact, will just collapse inwardly and turn into a massive black hole. We don't want that, do we? And you know what? Things are fine. People are using third-party app stores in the EU. They have access to third-party browser engines over there. No one's actually built a third-party browser engine because why would they? Because it's still super inconvenient. But the point is, it's fine. And they actually have some really cool things over there in Europe in terms of like some of the extra features they have that I wish I could have here. So those are my thoughts.
I remember after that story, like after that law went into effect, Brave said they saw a massive spike in downloads because one of the requirements was you have to give users, when they launch it, you have to give them a screen that says which browser do you want to use. And Brave was one of the ones that got included. I think DuckDuckGo saw a huge spike too. So I agree with you. Like there is an argument to be made for like, yes, there are security risks with this, but I think it's 90% just like, no, we want control and we're going to pretend this is, what do they call it? Concern trolling. And then part 2 of the story comes from Apple in Japan. Japan says Apple must lift browser engine ban by December. So Henry was just talking about this. For those who don't know, largely the browser you use on iPhone doesn't, I think it's just iPhone, not on Mac. But the browser you use on iPhone doesn't really matter because they have to all be based on WebKit, which, to be fair, WebKit itself is open source, but Safari is not. And, different browser engines do things differently. So Brave and Chrome, most browsers actually are based on Chromium. Firefox is based on, Gecko, I think? Yeah. And then Safari and all the iOS browsers are based on WebKit. They all have different strengths and weaknesses. For the record, I know I'm doing a little bit of analysis up front. I do feel like it's still worth exploring other browsers because Brave still does do a lot of privacy preserving things that Safari does not. It's not as comprehensive as like the desktop or the Android version, but in my opinion, it's still better than Safari, or you have to make some heavy changes to Safari. Again, there's pros and cons to everything. But the point is, right now, all iOS browsers are based on WebKit. Henry, is that true in the EU as well? Or is that one of the things the DMA had to open up? You mentioned that briefly.
Yeah, under the DMA, Apple's not required to allow third-party browser engines. So yeah, it's already passed, but this is one of those things, like the reason why we're not seeing them in Europe isn't because it's hard to do necessarily. It's just if I'm Google and I'm building Chrome and the whole world is still tied to WebKit, I'm not going to be developing this whole nother Chrome for iOS just for one region of the world that I now have to push updates to and maintain. Now I have to maintain essentially 2 browsers for iOS. Chrome doesn't want to deal with that stuff. It's just going to want a seamless experience that's global and that won't separate users.
To be fair, that's what we thought was going to happen with Apple in general, but then they decided to make 2 versions of everything.
True, but I think Apple is a lot more incentivized to actually keep all this stuff only in Europe because they don't want it expanding in other places, whereas Google is incentivized to do the opposite, which is just keep everything else the same. And Google has the option, that's the difference. Google has the option to essentially create their own engine or just keep doing what they've been doing. Apple doesn't have that option. Apple's literally, again, like I'm just picturing like Apple as a company just being like pushed down like to the ground by Europe with like their hands on the back of their neck. Like you can't move.
Europe is stifling innovation.
Yeah, I know. I'm already like triggering the stifling innovation people, which look, I get it. Like I also don't want to stifle innovation, and we can flip a lot of these arguments on their head. What if these governments were, putting these requirements on privacy respecting companies like Proton, like Europe is also trying to do right now, and it's the same issue. So I get the polarization of this. But I also would hope that those people agree that what Apple is doing is completely unfair, is a total monopoly, and doesn't let people like Proton excel. So I don't know what the solution is. It's a complicated situation that I think people refuse to acknowledge. I do want to see third-party browser engines, and why I'm really excited about this story is that if Japan does this, maybe we'll see more countries do it, and that's what I want to see. It's about the global patterns, not what one region does.
But now that we've done the analysis, the actual story, just so we can read it. So Japan recently passed the Smartphone Act, officially the bill on the promotion of competition for specified software used in smartphones. Among its most important reforms is a direct prohibition on Apple's long-standing ban on third-party browser engines on iOS. This ban has functioned as an effective ban on browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Edge, Opera, Brave, and Vivaldi. Side note, all of those last ones are based on the same dimension. Firefox is the only one that's not. By forcing them to use Apple's WebKit engine, which they cannot modify or control. This results in no effective browser competition on iOS, and web apps are being deprived of the APIs and performance they would need to compete with native apps. Last week, Japan published the Mobile Software Competition Act, MSCA guidelines. These subordinate rules clarify how the act will be interpreted and enforced. Here's what they mean for browser competition. So, as always, every story we cover, we just kind of cut out the important privacy-related sections. There's more details in the article, but the guidelines explicitly prohibit any measures that would prevent or hinder the adoption of third-party browser engines. The MSCA also mandates fair access to operating system APIs. For browsers, this is particularly critical as they need extensive access to a broad range of APIs typically reserved for Safari and WebKit. The Act also mandates choice screens for browsers, among other items. Importantly, it specifies the choice screen must be displayed prominently after the first activation. So we covered Brave and DuckDuckGo saw a big increase because this is where when you get a new iPhone and you power it up and it's taking you through the setup process, one of the screens they now have to add is like, hey, which browser do you want to use? And it'll give you an option between like Safari, Chrome, Brave, Firefox, probably a few others like Vivaldi and Opera, maybe Edge, I guess. And one thing they did in Europe, I don't know if they did it here, it has to randomize it. So they can't put Safari at the top, knowing that most people are going to pick the first option, especially when it's a name they recognize like Safari that they've been using for years. Maybe one time it's Brave, Safari, Firefox. Maybe next time it's Safari, Firefox, Brave, and maybe next time it's Firefox, Safari, Brave. You know what I mean? So the MSCA is expected to come into force by December of this year. With Japan joining the EU and UK, there are now 3 jurisdictions where Apple will be required to permit browsers to run their own engines. Only thing to add is, like Henry said, hopefully as more regions start to open this up, hopefully we will see places like Google and Firefox where they feel like, okay, now there's enough users that it's worth investing the energy into this, and they'll start to actually take advantage of it. Because I see where Henry's coming from, that right now it's not really worth the effort for how many people are in Europe? Probably a few 100 million, I would imagine. Probably about the same as the US.
Just a few hundred.
Just a few hundred people. Okay, that explains it. That's why everyone's from Germany.
It's almost 800 million.
Oh, okay, so that's a pretty good chunk. But yeah, once we start to add in more, especially once we start getting like really, there's like certain emerging markets that tech companies really want to break into, like India, China. So once we start getting this spreading out more and more, where more people are requiring this, the number of potential users to capture really gets bigger and really becomes a more appealing target, which is unfortunate because that also means that they're going to try and get more privacy invasions with things like Chrome and Edge. But at the same time, again, that also means we can start making inroads with things like Firefox and Brave.
The last reminder I'm going to give people, it's really easy and it's still important to do. I think it's, think locally, think nationally, think globally. And those are 3 different hierarchies. And different issues require, I think, different ratios of those three things. And when it comes to a lot of the stuff we talk about, it requires all three of them as well. Like in your local community, you need to advocate for these things. On your national level, ideally, your country is passing stuff like this as well to help open things up. But the global argument matters as well. And that's what I see not enough of online. People might be in the US and they go, oh, Europe is doing this. That's good for them. Doesn't impact me. But it does impact you, because when Japan does this, when the UK does something, or Canada does something, it actually dramatically shifts whether or not the US is incentivized to follow in their steps or go against it. So it's really important for us to also, I think it's already said a lot online, to be active nationally, be active locally, but also be active globally. So when we see something happening in the UK, like they go after encryption, or when the EU implements chat control, even if you're outside of those regions, that does impact you. You're just delaying the inevitable if it passes in those areas. So that's all I'm going to say.
Real quick, I do want to add on to that, actually. Getting involved locally can have ripple effects, because a lot of the law is based on existing precedent. So like here in the US, for example, if you live in a town that has successfully voted against or pushed back automatic license plate readers, for example, then when other towns, not even in your area, but in other parts of the country, when they start to debate this, they can look at your town and be like, well, they voted against it, and here were their reasons. On both sides of the fence, that gives the anti-people an existing argument that worked, and it may not necessarily work for them, but they have a good, solid framework to start on, where they can be like, well, these people didn't want it, here were their reasons. And then even the people who are for ALPRs can look at that same argument and be like, well, we have a bit of an uphill battle because here are the challenges we need to overcome. Or the people who are arguing in good faith can look at that and take it into account and be like, maybe this isn't a good idea. And especially as you start to win more of those battles, it puts more pressure on them to not do that, because that is not a societal norm. And like Henry was saying, especially on a national level, when one country does things, suddenly everyone else feels empowered to do it and emboldened to do it. That's why we saw Australia implemented age verification for social media. And all of a sudden, everybody else was like, oh, hey, let's do it.
That was a big highlight story, but a lot of important stuff. Would love your feedback. And now we're going to dive into data breaches. And we're going to start by just covering Salesforce, who had a data breach. Pretty much a financially motivated hacker group has been targeting the Salesforce instances for months in a campaign that uses voice phishing to engage in data theft and follow on extortion attempts, according to the Google Threat Intelligence Group. I'm trying to simplify this a little bit. So essentially, there are impersonated IT workers, and this happens via voice phishing. It gets access to multinational companies. And as part of the engineering campaign, they tricked workers at these companies into visiting the Salesforce Connected App Setup page, at which point the attackers use an unauthorized malicious version of the Data Loader app to access and steal sensitive information from the environment. Beyond the immediate data thefts, the hackers were able to move laterally within target networks, accessing victims' other cloud services and moving into internal corporate networks. They did warn about these social engineering attacks in a March blog post, and a company spokesperson did tell Cybersecurity Data there's no indication the attackers are linked to any vulnerability in the platform itself, so it's just relying on phishing. So Salesforce urged customers to enable MFA, limit access privileges, and restrict login IP addresses in the blog. And it wasn't immediately clear why Salesforce instances were particularly being targeted or how the hackers learned about the Salesforce tool. Google researchers have not observed other threat actors using the tool. And there were other brands that were hit this week as a result of this breach. So this is kind of one of those that impacts other companies. Chanel, Cisco, Pandora, Google, Air France, and KLM. And in the instance of Cisco, it's a bit unconfirmed, but it's speculated to be Salesforce.
Our next data breach comes from France, where the telecom giant, I'm totally going to screw this up, Bourget affects millions of customers. So this is the third largest phone carrier in France, and the hack allowed the intruders to access the personal information on 6.4 million customer accounts. For context, they have 26.9 million mobile customers, so that's a pretty good chunk of users. They said they detected the attack on August 4th, but did not give a time frame for when the breach was remediated. Or I noticed they said they detected it, so we don't know if it was going on longer or how long they had access. In a separate page dedicated to victims of the cyber attack, they said the stolen data includes contact information and contractual data, their civil status or company data if the subscriber is professional, as well as IBANs or international bank account numbers. At the time of the publication, the webpage about the cyber attack contains a hidden no index tag in its source code, which instructs search engines to ignore the page, making it difficult for anyone searching the web to find the page.
Columbia University had a data breach that impacts nearly 870,000 individuals. The impacted data that is confirmed of these individuals is people who sent applications in. It's unclear if this also impacted staff or anybody else, but the notice is in context of students, and it leaked students' date of births, social security numbers, and any personal information you provided in connection with the application to Columbia. So even if you aren't in the university, you might have still been impacted by this, is what it sounds like.
PBS confirms data breach after employee info leaked on Discord servers. So basically, there's a file going around on certain Discord servers. So this one's really interesting, actually, because this doesn't seem to be any sort of like malicious intent per se, like not in the usual sense that we see. Here's a statement from somebody at PBS. They said the young adults, teenagers, and kids sharing it seem to be doing so more out of a sense of novelty, rebellious curiosity, or simply to gain a bit of notoriety within their peer groups. It's less about exploiting the data and more of a cool factor of possessing it. That being said, the potential for misuse is obviously there. Sleepy Computer obtained the file and confirms it includes corporate contact information for just under 4,000 PBS employees and affiliates. This includes employee's name, corporate email, title, time zone, department, location, job functions, hobbies, and supervisor's name.
There is a Pi-hole data breach triggered by a WordPress plugin flaw. So it stemmed from the plugin GiveWP, a WordPress plugin used to process donations on the Pi-hole website, and it made donor information publicly accessible without requiring authentication or special access privileges. They did disclose the number of customers, but they have a data breach notification service saying it impacted almost 30,000 donors, with 73% of them already in the database. And it looks like it mostly impacted names and emails, as far as I'm able to tell. No financial data was compromised because it was all done via Stripe and PayPal. So that was through those platforms, even though the plugin was facilitating that.
Quick note also, it says that Pi-hole wrote a blog post analyzing the incident. So if you've donated and you're worried you might be impacted, go ahead and check that out. There's a link in the article. U.S. Judiciary confirms breach of court electronic record service. Politico stated that the breach impacted multiple federal districts, including the CM/ECF and PACER directly, which is the backbone of the federal court document management. To be honest, that's kind of all we know. The article didn't really have details because the government hasn't really released a lot of details. They just said, yes, we've had a breach. This is the systems that were impacted. I think they're still in the investigation phase. So if we hear any updates about how many people were impacted or what data was taken, we'll be sure to update you guys.
Some context here, we did some coverage for the T-App data breach, which is an app that brands itself and markets itself to be towards women who are trying to keep themselves safe from men. So they essentially create an ecosystem where they can share information about men they go on dates with. However, they got hit with a data breach, and to TLDR, a lot of men feel like the app itself was a privacy invasion on their ends because they weren't even able to register or delete their information. And a lot of people thought that this is a necessary thing for women, and it's also unfortunate they were caught in a data breach. Complicated situation, and just to make this whole situation even more complicated, there's a T-App.
Thank you.
It's users' personal data and driver's licenses. So the app, which launched on the Apple App Store earlier this week, is a response to another viral app, Tea on Her, which is now ranked number 2 among lifestyle apps on iTunes. Direct rebuttal to the Tea app, even copying the language from its own description.
Please arrive at the pickup point before 6:39 a.m.
Users, including their usernames, email addresses, and driver's licenses, and selfies that users uploaded to Tea on Her. Images of those driver's licenses are publicly accessible web addresses, allowing anyone with the links to access them using their web browser. What's really interesting is that when we covered the Tea breach, it was reported to be about 13,000 users, whereas this one is 53,000 users. As a follow-up to this, TechCrunch also identified a potential second issue in which an email address and plain text password belonging to the app's creator was left exposed on the server. The credentials granted access to the app's admin panel, and they did not use the credentials, as doing so would be unlawful, but they highlight the risks of inadvertently leaving admin credentials exposed to the web. Along with the security flaws, the concept portrayed with Tea on Her is troubling in itself because it requests selfies from users, which is a process that's not automatic. Users can access a guest view of the app without signing in, etc. I am firmly in the camp, and we can leave this in the public version, it doesn't have to be in the patron version, that I stand for good privacy practices across the aisle. And I will start by saying both Tea and Tea on Her miserably failed in protecting their own users, which should have been their number one thing that they were trying to do, given they're both branding themselves as protecting the people who are using the platform from people who they think are harming them, whereas the platform themselves is probably doing the most harm to them along the way. So that is the number one problem here, and I think people really need to target that as the number one issue. As for like the ethical considerations here of like, oh, is it okay to post about somebody who you think is harmful in a space that they don't have control over? I don't know. I'm really mixed on that myself. I feel like that's something that is really hard to regulate. I can see the privacy invasion on both ends. I don't know how I feel about it, but I think that whatever the decision is should apply to both men and women. I don't think any of that should be a hot take, and I don't know why the internet is so weird about this. This isn't, in my opinion, that controversial. This story. I think we just need to try to hold equal standards here.
Our last story is another small update. Sex toy maker Lovense threatens legal action after fixing security flaws that expose users' data. So last week we talked about this internet-connected sex toy that had some vulnerabilities exposed. It allowed users to find a user's private email address, allowed attackers to remotely take over a user's account, and even, I may be mixing this up, but I think they can like send notifications. That might be me remembering the T story. It was a thing. The company said that they did fix the bugs, but now their chief executive is considering taking legal action following the disclosure. In a statement shared with TechCrunch, the CEO said that the toy maker was, quote, investigating the possibility of legal action in response to allegedly erroneous reports about the bug. When asked by TechCrunch, the company did not respond to clarify whether it was referring to media reports or security researchers' disclosure.
And now we're going to go into companies. So the Substack rival Ghost connects to the open social web with its latest release. So Ghost is a little bit of context. It's open source blogging. Definitely predates Substack. So this has been around for a long time. And a lot of people use it, actually. They are now shipping Ghost 6, which allows you to share content natively with the broader open social web. It's always been compatible with RSS and newsletters. It's going to get out over email. And now you can connect decentralized on Meta Threads, Flipboard, WordPress sites that integrate with Activity Hub, surf, and write freely. So while Ghost has mentioned the ability to publish to Blue Sky as a part of this release, that's made possible through an integration with Bridge event.
Please arrive at the pickup point before 6:39 a.m.
Just a quick note for listeners: we are planning to add Ghost as another because it's kind of like a Substack replacement, but also kind of like a Patreon replacement. It's on me to set it up, and I'm super busy, but I'm hoping to have it up in the next few weeks here. Just stay tuned for that. Meta illegally collected data from Flow, Period, and Pregnancy app jury finds. So a federal jury found that Meta violated the California Invasion of Privacy Act, the state's wiretap law, by collecting data from a period tracker app without user consent. Plaintiffs also proved that they had a reasonable expectation of privacy and that Meta did not have consent from all parties to eavesdrop on and or record the conversations. The lawsuit was filed in 2021 against Flow Health, maker of an app for tracking periods, ovulation, and pregnancy. Facebook owner Meta, Google, and app analytics company Flurry were added as defendants later. The plaintiffs settled with Flow Health, Google, and Flurry before the trial, leaving Meta as the only remaining defendant. Flow promised not to disclose this information, but gave access to Google and Meta via custom app events, or CAEs, sent through their respective SDKs, or software developer kits, incorporated in the Flow app.
Quant's Andy Kozia have debuted something called STAN, STAAN, which is a European search index that aims to take on things. So this is called the European Search Perspective, EUSP, and the JV now aims to serve around 50% of French queries and 33% of German queries by the end of the year. Quant said it is using the new index to power some of its features like AI summaries and search, and Nicosia has plans to add some AI features soon to its platform too. EUSP is also in talks with companies for the adoption of its index for enabling search within apps. Notably, it is targeting chatbots, presenting Stan as a cheaper alternative to Google and Bing.
Now it's time for research. This first one is just kind of more interesting than anything else. Hackers hijacked Google's Gemini AI with a poisoned calendar invite to take over a smart home. In a new apartment in Tel Aviv, the internet-connected lights go out. The smart shutters covering its 4 living room and kitchen windows start to roll up simultaneously, and a connected boiler is remotely turned on, ready to start warming up the stylish flat. The apartment's residents didn't trigger any of these actions. They didn't put their smart devices on a schedule. They are, in fact, under attack. Each unexpected action is orchestrated by 3 security researchers demonstrating a sophisticated hijack of Gemini, Google's flagship artificial intelligence bot. The attacks all start with a poisoned Google Calendar invitation, which includes instructions to turn on the smart home products at a later time. When the researchers subsequently ask Gemini to summarize their upcoming calendar events for the week, those dormant instructions are triggered and the products come to life. The controlled demonstrations mark what the researchers believe is the first time a hack against a generative AI system has caused consequences in the physical world, hinting at the havoc and risks that could be caused by attacks on LLMs as they are increasingly connected and turned into agents that can complete tasks for people.
So encryption made for police and military radios may be easily cracked. So this is from 2 years ago. Researchers in the Netherlands discovered an intentional backdoor in the encryption algorithm baked into radios used for critical infrastructure, as well as police, intelligence agencies, and military. When they disclosed the issue to the European Telecommunications Standards Institute, who developed this, they advised anyone using it for sensitive communication to deploy an end-to-end encrypted solution on top of the flawed algorithm to bolster the security of their communications. But now the same researchers have found that at least one implementation of the encryption solution endorsed had a similar issue that makes it equally vulnerable to eavesdropping, because the encryption algorithm used by the device they examined starts with a 128-bit key, but this gets compressed to 56 bits.
Looks like you're running a little late. We recommend contacting the
It's not
rider.
clear who is using this implementation, nor if anyone using devices with end-to-end encryption is aware of the vulnerabilities within them. There's a lot more technical information in the article that you can definitely check out. We always leave the sources down below in the show notes.
Next up is politics, and we only have one story this week because we kind of covered most of our political stories at the top. U.S. Congress is launching an investigation into Flock after 404 media reporting. So this is a pretty quick article. 2 members of Congress have launched a formal investigation into the automatic license plate reader company Flock, or ALPR, and have demanded it turn over details of all searches of its national camera network concerning immigration and customs enforcement, customs border protection, and abortions. The move comes after 404 Media revealed that local cops were performing lookups at Flock on behalf of ICE or for immigration enforcement, and that a Texas officer searched cameras nationwide looking for a woman who self-administered an abortion. Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, a ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee on Healthcare and Financial Services, and Congressman Robert Garcia, ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, are asking Flock for a briefing and answers to their questions, quote, to ensure that the public at large cannot be tracked without their knowledge or consent by potentially unaccountable and hostile officials, the letter reads. The letter also asks for voluminous documents concerning Flock's policies on data access, how many times Flock has blocked data requests, any misuse of its system, and mass communications between Flock and law enforcement customers.
Up next, we're going to move into free and open source, a BOSS software category, and I'll go ahead and I'll just take the next few. I'm going to keep these brief. uBlock Origin Lite is now available for Safari on macOS and iOS, which is really exciting. The future of Accrescent is the next one. So Accrescent is an open source app store on Android that doesn't only host open source apps, but they do host pretty much anything, and they're aiming to be like a secure alternative to something like F-Droid. There's not many apps on there, but it is a pretty cool project. They did put out this article pretty much saying, hey, we need more funding. We want to go full time. We want to go ahead and improve our infrastructure. And so if you want to see kind of their finances and if you want to contribute to their cause, that's a way to do it. And they did update it to include some, I think, recent Monero donations they got for people who did want to help out. I think it's pretty cool. Last one I'll take here is our debate. Introduce payments via the Bitcoin Lightning Network. Lower fees, a little bit better privacy than regular on-chain Bitcoin. When you generate a Lightning invoice, you do not get refunds, but they do offer a 10% discount.
We'll be there in less than 20 minutes.
They also render a Lightning node that you could use, just like with all their other cryptocurrency payments. So those are the 3 quick updates I have, and now Nate has more.
Next story is a really quick one. Proton fixes authenticator bug leaking TOTP secrets in logs. Title says it all. If you submitted a bug report and you included your logs, your actual that QR code or that random string of characters was getting submitted to. This was only in iOS. Proton fixed that. Obviously, they immediately looked at this and went like, ooh, that's not good. The next one is an update. The Samurai Wallet people have pled guilty to money laundering. This is the CEO and the CTO admitted their involvement in the money laundering operation, pleading guilty to conspiracy for operating a money transmitting business that handled criminal proceeds, and are now facing a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. As part of their agreements, they have also agreed to forfeit $237 million. The defendants were arrested in April 2024 and charged by the U.S. Department of Justice with 2 counts of conspiracy, which are operating an unlicensed money transmitting business with a maximum sentence of 5 years and money laundering with a maximum sentence of 20 years. The day they were apprehended, Icelandic law enforcement also seized their domains and servers, while Google removed the Android mobile app from the Play Store after being served a seizure warrant. According to court documents, the 2 also promoted Samurai as a tool for concealing illicit proceeds, clearly acknowledging its potential for illegal use. In one example, one of them referred to mixing as money laundering for Bitcoin. That was in a WhatsApp conversation. The other one advertised Samurai on a dark web forum as a way to make Bitcoin untraceable and for cleaning dirty Bitcoin, acknowledging the service's clients included dark and gray market participants. And in 2020, both of them tracked proceeds from a major hack and urged the hackers to use Samurai's whirlpool service rather than report it to authorities. When the hackers chose a different service, both expressed disappointment. And then this is actually our last story of the week because we didn't have any misfits. Linux desktop shares top 6% in 15 billion system analysis. So in an interview, Landsweeper, which is an IT asset discovery and inventory company, revealed to ZDNet that in its analysis of over 15 million identified consumer desktop operating systems, it found that Linux desktops currently account for just over 6% of the PC market share. This news comes after several other studies have shown Linux desktop is right around the 6% mark. And indeed, according to the U.S. federal government website and app analytics count, the Linux desktop market share over the last 90 days has reached 6.3% to be new. I think it was just last week, 5%. And that's all we had this week. So Google and Apple are on a strict timeline to open up their phones a little bit more across the world, which, there's still a lot of work to go, but we'll take that as a privacy win. Baby steps, right? Little by little, we'll get there. The latest never-ending data breach has begun, so expect us to keep talking about the Salesforce data breach in the future. uBlock Origin has finally arrived on Safari, plus a lot of other news. And we'll let Henry tell you all about our sponsor this week real quick.
NT Photos is the sponsor of the week. They're a really great photos provider. They offer zero-knowledge encryption. They're fully open source, and I also love other cross-compatible. So you can use them on Linux, you can use them on iOS, you can use them on Android, you can use them on decoupled operating systems. Like, it's super flexible, and it has all the features you would normally expect from Google Photos. So things like albums, geotagging, AI features, etc. Except it's all done privately and on device. And the cool thing is it's easy to share with your friends and family, so you're not going to be left out if you use NT. Like, they have public sharing so that you can just generate a public link that anyone, even without an NT account, can use. Pretty much a no-brainer if you want just a more private alternative to Google Photos. And they're offering a really cool service, and it's just like register an account to get started. You don't need to self-host anything, but you still can self-host NT if you really want to, because it's open source. And they have a blog that lets you do it with literally one command. The link for that is nt.sh/surveillance report. And again, we'll leave that down in a description for you guys to check out. We want to thank you all for definitely checking out those privacy services. We are very rigorous with those, and we deny tons of sponsors that want to be on the show to give you guys the best. We also, of course, want to thank NT for sponsoring us. We're very grateful.
Yes, we're very grateful for you listening to Surveillance Reports. Again, we said this several times, but links to all the stories we'll go in the show notes. If you want to know more about any of them, if you have a story that you think we should cover that we missed, please send it to news@surveillancereport.tech. Final thing we want to ask, please share the podcast around. We don't do any kind of marketing or advertising back here. Word of mouth is definitely the best way to help things spread. We do try to game the YouTube algorithm a little bit here and there. We try to find that line between not being too clickbaity, but still enticing people. It's a tough line to balance, but definitely the best marketing would be you guys telling your friends and family, like, hey, check this podcast out. Make sure you're subscribed, give us a rating if you're on a platform that's an option. We're trying to reach as many people as possible and keep them updated on all the news and stuff like that. There's a lot of things happening out there. We're trying to just give people a snapshot of the most important stuff. And you guys are a huge part of helping us do that and keeping us moving. So thanks again for listening, and we'll be back next week.
Let me know if it gets cold or hot. Change it.
It's fine. Thank you.
And the kitchen is more or less the same size and the same because they kept at the beginning. So it's all new, but it's not the same position because they're not changing the floor tiles. Right? All the so now, so because that's when they didn't need to. But what they've done is they've made, you know, they've made that wall becomes different size. It's the same, but they've made it that much deeper, so they've got cupboards. That was hopefully the next day because it was, that was 20 minutes. And they're just getting attacked. But Jim has got it. Yeah. Rushing. And I had to my trip was sorry. Yes. And you just said to me, oh, she's
Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. So,
if you get malware like this from Steam, you are at fault, not them. They are not guaranteeing virus-free or secure operation and access to Steam. You are agreeing to this. This is their subscribe agreed to when you register to use Steam. I really miss the days of local software where you don't have to be online the whole time. Thing goes wrong, even if the company is negligent. That's that we live in today. Sleepy Computer has this article from 24 July. Hacker sneaks info malware into early access Steam. This is the third case of malware slipping into Steam this year. The previous one this year. A threat actor called Encrypt Hub has compromised a game on Steam to distribute info-stealing malware to unsuspecting users downloading the title. They injected malicious binaries into this game, which is hosted on Steam. So here's some screenshots of that. They use an info stealer that harvests data stored in web browsers, such as account credentials, autofill information, cookies, and crypto wallet data. Now, the compromised executable appears legitimate to users downloading from Steam, creating an effective social engineering component that relies on platform trust, because you trust Steam, don't you? Rather than traditional deception techniques. When users click on the play test of this game, which they find in the free games area, they are actually downloading malicious software. Diagram of the attack. Now the malware runs in the background, doesn't impact gameplay performance.
Looks like Lady Luck just gave you the finger.
Leaving gamers clueless of the compromise. But wait, there's more. It gets worse. Have you read the Steam subscriber agreement? Now, I'm not a lawyer or a solicitor, so this is not legal advice. I'm simply highlighting what's in the subscriber agreement that you agree to when you use Steam. I think as an example, we have this statement in the agreement. The content and services are licensed, not sold. Your license confers no title or ownership in the content and services. To make use of the content and services, you must have a Steam account, and you may be required to be running the Steam client and maintaining a connection to the internet. I'm old, so I remember the days where software and games used to come on CD-ROMs like this or DVDs, and you actually owned the game and didn't have to be online to use what you've paid for. Lewis Rosman recently highlighted the example of a treadmill.
Echelon sent out a firmware update recently that stops you from being able to use your bicycle the way that you want to use it unless you connect to their server. They stopped you from being able to use third-party applications, and surprise, surprise, they offer subscriptions. So if you want to be able to use it again, you can pay for a subscription to their particular service because you sure should are not using it with anybody else. So today what I want to discuss is Peloton not allowing you to use the treadmill with a Just Run feature, a leasing model for the treadmill. So you don't own the treadmill. You only get to use the treadmill if you pay us every month for the safety of your children.
That had a firmware update. So you paid for this treadmill, firmware update was applied, and now you have to have an internet connection to use your treadmill, and you have to pay a subscription to use your treadmill. It's crazy what companies are doing. But with Steam, notice it gets worse. A lot of people may be commenting, well, you have to have an internet connection to use an internet game. I understand that. But notice you do not have ownership of anything that you purchase. So you may be purchasing a game like this, but you don't own that game. And again, it gets worse, not better. Have a look at their liability sections. Here they talk about beta games, or beta if you prefer. It's only released for testing and improvement purposes, in particular to provide value with feedback on the quality and usability, and therefore contains errors and is not final. If you decide to install or use this, it's your problem. Doesn't matter if it causes damage on your system. They want you to maintain full backups of any system that you choose to install beta or beta software on. Notice this section 7, disclaimers, limitation of liability, no guarantees, limited warranty and agreement. Not sure if you've ever read this. They have made it uppercase, so it makes it really hard to read. So this is their disclaimer. To the maximum extent permitted by applicable law, Valve and its affiliates and service providers expressly disclaim any warranty for Steam, the content, the services, and subscriptions. And notice here, and any common law duties with regard to Steam, the content and services and the subscriptions, including duties of a lack of negligence and lack of workman-like effort. So even if there's negligence on their part, it's your problem, even though you paid for it. Steam, the content and services, the subscription, and any information available in connection therewith are provided on an as-is and as-available basis with all faults and without warranty of any kind, either express or implied, including without limitation the implied warranties of merchability, including these warranties, fitness for any particular purpose, or non-infringement. Any warranty against infringement that may be provided in section of the United States Uniform Commercial Code and or any other comparable state or statute is expressly disclaimed. Also, there is no warranty of title, no interference with your enjoyment or authority in connection with Steam, the content and services, the subscription or information available in connection therewith. And it just goes on. So you can read this to the maximum extent permitted by law. Either Valve, its licensors, nor their affiliates, or any of their service providers shall be liable in any way for loss or damage of any kind resulting from the use or inability to use Steam, your account, your subscriptions, and the content and services included, but not limited to loss of goodwill, work stoppage, computer failure, or malfunction, or any or all other commercial damages or losses. In no event will Valve be liable for any indirect, incidental, consequential, special, punitive, or exemplary damages, or any other damages arising out of or in any way connected with Steam, the content and services, the subscriptions, and any information available in connection therewith. All the delay or inability to use the content and services, subscriptions, or any information, even in the event of Valve's or its affiliates' fault, tort, including negligence, strict liability, or breach of Valve's warranty, and even if it has been advised of the possibility of such damages, these limitations and liability exclusions apply even if any remedy fails to provide adequate recompense. So you can read more on their website. Notice they have no guarantees to the maximum extent permitted by applicable law. Neither Valve nor its affiliates guarantee continuous, error-free, virus-free, or secure operation and access to Steam, the content and services, your account, and all your subscriptions, or any information available in connection therewith. Now, if you live in Germany, a different law applies to you, so you can read about that. I think it's important to read what you are agreeing to when you use services like this. Now, from what I've read there, and I'm not a lawyer or solicitor, so speak to a lawyer if you want clarification. This is not legal advice again. From what I'm reading there, if you get malware like this from Steam, you are at fault, not them. They have no liability. Doesn't matter. They are not guaranteeing virus-free or secure operation and access to Steam. You are agreeing to this. This is theirs when you register to use Steam. This is not the first time, and probably won't be the last time, that hackers sneak malware into Steam games. And if you download them, you're not going to know the difference. Again, I miss the world of local software that you own, not software that you rent, which the companies can take away from you at any time. Happened so many times. Example would be Audible, Amazon, Netflix, etc., you are just renting access to that infrastructure. They can take it away from you at any time. According to Steam, they're not liable based on what I'm reading here if you get viruses, etc. Again, disclaimer, speak to a lawyer, speak to a solicitor. This is not legal advice. Just an interesting observation, reading the terms and conditions and what's actually happening. I think it's time that we push back against companies monitoring us the whole time, selling our data, leaking our data, not taking responsibility, not giving us ownership, etc., doing all kinds of crazy things. I think it's important that we push back against companies that are basically taking our privacy away on a day-to-day basis. Governments are doing the same. Recently in the UK, actually not so recently, we've had some crazy laws that really affect privacy in the UK. Do you really want to have no privacy? Do you really want to own nothing but pay for it? Do you really want to be in the situation that if you don't pay a subscription, something that you've purchased can just be taken away from you or will stop working? This is the trend and we need to fight back against it. I don't like politics, don't like getting involved in politics, but I think it's becoming critical today that we reclaim our privacy. It doesn't just apply to dodgy websites, if you like, or adult websites. It applies to Reddit, Discord, and other platforms. And this is just the beginning. They keep pushing the envelope with us, where they are taking away more and more of our privacy and monitoring us 24/7. But what are your thoughts? Am I wrong about this? Do you think this is just the way it is? You just got to accept it? What are your thoughts about how things are done these days by Steam and other companies? Is this the world that we're going to live in? We own nothing and we're going to be happy. If you get malware like this from Steam, hey, buddy, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. I don't live in New York City or state anymore. Even if I did, I have no right to tell anybody how to vote. I will never do that. And nor am I here to tell you that you should listen to me, that what I have to say matters. I lived in New York City and New York State and built a business there. I tried to build something from nothing back when I couldn't afford even the $400 a month Hermite Fest that I was living in back in 2008, 2009. And I just wanted to share something that really bothered me when I was reading about the election for mayor in New York City. So Andrew Cuomo, who used to be the piece of shit governor, talked about him every now and then on the channel, you may remember, he is now running for mayor of New York City. Nobody wanted him as the governor. He's gone as governor because nobody wanted him. And I guess he figured, the next job is for somebody who is a disgraced shitbag governor should be to be a disgraced shitbag mayor, because who the fuck ever likes the mayor of New York City? He's running against the socialist named Zadam Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani is fairly a newcomer to politics, and he beats him in the Democratic primary. Now, to my more conservative-leaning friends out there who don't really understand how a socialist could beat him, even though New York City is left-leaning, the best way that I could put it, I forget who to quote for this. I'm sorry for forgetting. I will put it in the pinned comment to give you credit. If somebody reminds me, it's on the tip of my tongue. A populist, anti-war socialist is always going to be a fascist, granny-killing rapist. That's the best way that I could think of to explain the New York City mayoral election to somebody who doesn't really live there, who wonders how the fuck is this happening. Anyway, he's running, he loses because he's a bag of shit. He decides I'm going to run as an independent because I lost the Democratic primary against Mamdani, and I got to win. What am I going to do? Now, am I going to fight on the issues, or am I going to take cheap shots? And of course, because he's Andrew Cuomo and he's a fucking piece of shit, he decides to take some cheap shots. So I wanted to dissect those cheap shots here in the channel. He goes, Zohran Mamdani, it looks like he lived in a rent-controlled apartment, even though he makes $140,000 a year. So what I'm going to do is we're going to come out with Zohran's law, I will as mayor. We're going to say that if you are paying less than 30% of your income for your housing, you do not get to live in this rent-stabilized housing. Now, since he came out there and did this, I decided to look up the numbers. I'm expecting there to be some shit on the news saying Mamdani had a fucking $900 a month apartment on 56th Street in Broadway in Manhattan that was rent controlled. Do you know where he lived? Guess where he lived? Astoria, Queens, $2,300 a month. I'm like, what? Okay, firstly, the fact that rent control
is $2,300 a month. The fact that we're even calling affordable housing $2,300 a month. Let's just put aside how fucking ridiculous that is for a moment. And let's talk about Andrew Cuomo's proposed law. So if we're talking about 30%, that means you got to move, right? Let's say you make $90,000 a year. After taxes, it's going to be something like 52 weeks in a year, $1,200, $1,300 a week. If you make $1,300 a week in New York City under Cuomo's proposed legislation, and you live in rent-stabilized housing that's $2,150 a month, you gotta move. See, he's playing this bullshit game where he's trying to say Mamdani is insanely rich, and he's this crazy rich guy who's just living off of all of you. But I'm the man. Bitch, you live in a place that's $90,000 a year. Cuomo lives in an apartment that costs $90,000 fucking dollars a year, and he's standing here trying to talk about how the other guy that he's running against, the reason you should vote for me instead of him is because he's stealing your money. He makes $140K. He used to make less than $100K. And he lives in a place that's $2,300 in Queens. I'm going to take a wild guess that Mamdani's home looks closer to the average voter in New York City than Cuomo's. And here's the thing, you fuckface. I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist. I'm okay with people making as much money as possible. But here's a question I have for you. If you want to talk about who's stealing from the people, how the fuck can you afford a $90,000 a year apartment as a fucking public servant? Because that's what you are. You're a public servant. You're a governor. I don't mind if a governor is able to afford a house. He puts his money in the S&P 500 assumption to buy a decent place. How the fuck are you paying $90,000 a year for your place? Really? You're paying for that off of a book deal. The book that you wrote about COVID. Remember that? Remember the book that you wrote while you sent over 9,000 people to their deaths back in the nursing homes that couldn't even fucking test for COVID positive people? After you sent all those people to their death, then you fucked up the economy. You looked at everybody who wanted the ability to pay their rent and simply asked, after you shut down the entire fucking economy, I got this $2,000 to $3,000 a month of rent that I got to pay. How am I going to do that if there's no job?
Is there a fundamental right to work if the government can't get me the money when I need it? Is there a fundamental right?
Go take the job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. Right? You're working. You're an essential worker. So go take the job as an essential worker.
People are hiring because of.
Other people are hiring. You can get a job as an essential worker. So now you can go to work and you can be an essential worker and you're not going to kill anyone.
You can get a job tomorrow. Get a job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. You fucking piece of shit. I guess he expects everybody to move too. If you make $90,000 a year and you live in a rent-stabilized apartment that's $2,150, that probably makes sense to you. You probably make about $4,500 a month after taxes. You pay about half that in your rent. Probably makes sense. I'm going to live in this place in Queens, but apparently no. You got to move. Do it tomorrow. I bet he's probably going to look you in the face like he looked those people in the face and look at you and go, do it tomorrow. Get a new apartment. Oh yeah, why did I pass this law? I need to pass it so I can make a cheap shot at the guy that was beating me. Yeah, I'm sorry you got to get a new fucking house. And if you're so mad at the fact that those laws allow him to live there, who is the governor of New York State while this was in effect? Who was the governor for all those years, you shitbag? Did you say one fucking peep about housing laws in New York City that entire time you were governor? No, because you didn't care. This piece of shit was responsible for sending over 10,000 people to their deaths in nursing homes, forcing the nursing homes to not test for COVID positive patients, never spoke to the CDC about this either before or after giving that piece of shit order that killed everybody, tried to cover it up. After that, destroys the fucking economy, tells people that ask him, hey, I have to pay my rent, asshole. How the fuck am I supposed to pay my rent? Do I have a right to have a job? How the fuck am I going to pay my rent if you shut down the entire economy? He looks them straight in the eye and says, get a job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. But nobody's hiring right now. Do it tomorrow. You're working, aren't you? Yeah, but I'm a fucking reporter, asshole. Not everybody can be a fucking reporter for ABC. Does he try to fix any of his fuck-ups? No. Does he take accountability? Of course not. He writes a book about it, painting himself as the hero. Makes several $1 million off of that book that he wrote during government time. This piece of shit can afford a $90,000 a year apartment because he wrote a book on how he destroyed New York City and got paid for it. They asked him to return the money. He never did. The resolution that such repayment was necessary was because Cuomo was illegally entitled to retain compensation received during the book's publication because he lacked legal authority to engage in outside activity. The panel voted last month to revoke the approval that it granted Cuomo for the book's publication, arguing he violated the conditions of that approval, which included requirements that he write the book in his own personal time without using state resources. So every single time I got a fine for some shit that I didn't do, every single time was another fucking audit or something. It was so that I could pay for Andrew Cuomo's assistants to help him write his fucking book that he made over $1.4 million off of. And after you make those millions of dollars off that book, after you use the money that you made
writing a book on destroying the city on government taxpayer time. You get a $90,000 a year apartment, and you have the fucking gall to call somebody that's a working stiff, actually putting in time and effort trying to clean up his fucking corner of the world, a thief because he lives in a $2,300 a month apartment in Astoria, Queens. Let's put aside for a moment the fact that $2,300 a month in Queens is now considered affordable. A problem that occurred while you were fucking governor, asshole. I'm not a socialist. Socialists don't like me. I'm gonna think a while against it, but I'm not a I don't like Weasley pieces of shit either. And if I had to choose between a socialist and Weasley pieces of shit, gotta say, I'm happy enough to vote in New York. Sure as fuck wouldn't be voting for you. What am I trying to get done? On this channel 7 years ago, there's a video I uploaded where I said it's 99% inspiration. Is you have to change minds, you actually change your life. You actually get to watching, which we have together on this channel. We're talking about build up best in New York State, build up best in Summer, and Colorado, would have never happened without the help of emailing and calling in when I asked you to donate to lobbying efforts and making your friends and family aware. Even when those things pass, sometimes they don't even get listened to if there isn't enough pushback, if there are not enough people that care. One instance of this would be in California. There's a law that passed that I think is great. It says that if you're selling a product in the state and you offer a lifetime license, but that can be taken away at any given time, you can't do that anymore. It's false advertising. That's illegal. I tested that law to see if it worked and to help all of you. We figured out that that law is not real. Now we'd like to start a campaign to try and figure out how we get this law actually enforced. How can we start to push the ball forward so that legislators understand how ownership is being eroded? And that doesn't necessarily happen unless people are actually aware of the problem, understanding this problem, and above all, feel like if they speak up about it, they're not wasting their time. This concept called activism. You see it come up on websites where people are more concerned with punching down than actually trying to clean up their world because one is easy and one is selectivism means doing nothing. And I can imagine the type of person that is using that type of word to insult you as you change your profile picture. Could be the same kind of person who's going to say, what's the point of putting your key in your car? That's not going to get you to work. Yeah. The point of the matter here is that over the last 7 to 10 years of trying to advocate for right to repair and 13 years on YouTube, the one thing I've noticed is the biggest case of any type of activism is apathy and believing that you're alone. That even if you are not apathetic, even if you are willing to fight for what you believe in, that you are the only one, so you're not going to get it. And the weird thing is, no matter how many times I disprove this, no matter how many times I say, look what happens when 10,000 of you email in, you get a bill. Look at what happens when you email into this. Look at what happens when you still believe that's not going to be any sort of relationship. And what I was hoping is get a different outcome if people realize that there are other people that think like that. There are other people that are actually willing to do something. I don't plan on just having you people turn your profile pictures to a Clippy to just do that. Like that by itself doesn't do shit. What I plan on doing is getting each of you to realize that if you work together, things happen. I'll give you an example. Not the best intention. Let's say that we're dealing with cars. There's this thing called following distance, at least in theory. In Texas, God knows how to do it. In theory, this is called following distance for safety. So if I'm at a red light, I'm the fifth car. When the light turns green, I don't start moving immediately. The first car moves, and then after he's maybe like 1 or 2 cars following distance again, in theory, in Texas, the second car will then start driving. Then after that car is a little bit further away, the third car starts driving, and so on and so forth. It's a following distance. And because of that, while the first car is moving, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the eighth, they're all not moving. With heavy traffic, it gets worse and worse and worse. What if there was a way to have zero following distance and still drive safely? Let's just assume that was possible. Everybody would start moving at the same time. That's what I'm trying to do, people. I want all of you to move at the same time. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you work at a national grocery store chain or national department store that is very, very big. And they have these little wheelchair carts for people who are elderly or disabled to be able to get around the store. I've seen this. So let's say that this thing costs, I'm just going to throw $10,000. And let's say that when the power button breaks, the company that comes by to fix it wants $8,000 or $9,000, so a lot of them break. Now, if you're just the employee who's there and you're listening to the repair person come by and this unit, let's say you push my channel, you've got this right to repair,
and you made things working in manufacturing, so it cost $2,000. You got it to work for $20. You felt the excitement that I hope you felt when I put the channel banner on fans when you started the whole 1,000 repair videos. You may think, nah, that's kind of bullshit. I don't like it. But you may not tell your manager about it if you don't think your manager's going to care. Even if you tell your manager about it because your manager cares, your manager may not care if the purchaser that chooses which of those chairs they buy is not going to care. Even if the purchaser says, let's see if we can find somebody else, even if it costs $100 or $200 more for the chairs, it's worth it if we're able to fix them. He may not care if the board of directors is not going to care. But if all of them know at the same time, we're on the same page, we are tired of living in an anti-ownership society, check. We're tired of living in a society where we subscribe to everything and get nothing, check. We're tired of being told it costs $8,000 to fix a fucking power button, check. By the way, that something $35,000 hospital. That would never water bills, $250 or $500 to get at least both. Man, that's insane. If every single one of these people were not only on the same page, but knew they were on the same page, maybe each one in the chain would speak up when they otherwise would. And when they're all moving together and all working together, what happens? They choose a different vendor. And the vendor that was screwing everybody with repair and going, oh yeah, 8,000 to fix it when the power dies. It's fine. That's the point. That's what I want to happen. It's not about changing your photo with Clippy and doing nothing else. It's about letting everybody around you know when the time comes in my personal life, I will do something. Now, a lot of people have asked, okay, I changed my photo. What's next? What do I do now, Louis? This is one example that I wanted to go over. I can't give you the company name and everything, it's for secrecy here, but a viewer do know me and said that the new management of this company, one of the people who asked, when we were working on this, we wanted to make it so that if you upgrade to the firmware version, you cannot downgrade to an old. Right now, on this particular smart device, you can downgrade to an old. The management has to make it so you can't downgrade to an old. Now, I'll let you all guess, after watching my channel for as long as you have, why this particular company wants to keep people have to change the management to downgrade. They want to lock people out of the device and features that they're probably going to pay more in the future. He said, no, I don't want to do that. After asking why, they didn't give a good answer. He said, I want to do it. Now, can you get fired? Absolutely. But the entire router continues. They can all get fixed. But if we're going to take it over a new company, there's a lot that can go wrong during the transition phase. And you want to have the least amount of bumps that possible. A programmer saying, I'm not going to do that you then have to fire to replace is a bump in the road. Is one bump in the road going to stop everything? No. 1,000. A few more. That's enough. I wanted to fast track things that help the consumer, that bring us towards a pro repair, pro ownership world. And I want to put obstacles in the way of every single individual or entity that wants to drive us towards a less pro ownership. I don't know if it's going to work, but I guarantee you it's better than doing nothing. And so far, the result has spoken for themselves. Am I happy with exactly where we are right now? No. A lot of these right to repair laws that got passed, they help some areas, they don't help in others. Some of these bills that get passed, or some of these laws, like the California one on ownership, this one isn't even enforced. There's a lot more work to do. But the fact that we got these to begin with means that there is the potential to, if people work together. And the only way I'm going to get people to work together is if A, BlackBerry lets me. It's finally tired. Some hope. You're going to finish the video. And B, if you work together with each other, rather than just going, oh, that's not going to do anything. You're an idiot. What do I say in this channel all the time? The amount of change that is possible if you work together rather than shit on each other. There's virtually nothing you guys wouldn't be able to accomplish if you spent your time working together rather than shitting on each other. I have a 27-minute video on this. I wish you would. I'm trying to get the ball rolling here. The real thing I want you all to do is in your personal life, when you come across a time or a situation where you can actually do something, you speak up and you do something. And you don't assume that this is a waste of my time because nobody's going to listen, because nobody else agrees. And even if they agree, they don't have the power because somebody above them doesn't agree. I don't know when it's going to make sense for you to speak up. I don't know when you're going to have the power to do something. But there's going to be a point in your life where if every single person were on the same page, you could do something that otherwise wouldn't have worked and change can get created. When everybody's on the same page and everybody is in agreement as to what the problem is, things just naturally move smoother. I've noticed this in business, I've noticed this in my nonprofit, and I've noticed this with general activism. And I'm trying to get a little bit of that going. I be honest with you, was not expecting a paperclip to be the way to do it, but I'm not going to argue with what works. I'm excited to continue moving forward with this. We have bounties that we're going to be announcing winners to over the next few weeks. For those of you who haven't been following, as a foundation, we've started to push back against this called Food Foundation. We're looking to work against laws that are on the books that are anti-ownership. I try to use this channel to mobilize my audience about things that I care about. I've been doing that on this channel for 13 years. I'm going to keep doing it into the future. The Clippy thing was just one of many ways that I tried to do that, and it seems to have been successful. And I'm going to let you know every single time there's something that you can do to help push the movement. We're going to be announcing winners for the updates for the future home and echelon in the next 2 weeks. There's a smart home company that pushed out a firmware update that forces their customers to pay about $117 a year to get access to what they had access to prior to the company going bankrupt and reopening under somebody else who wants more money. That is going to change. Somebody came out with a solution for this, and I am very excited to pay them out the bounty once we're done just finishing up all the small legal details and everything. I'm going to be very excited to announce that to all of you. With Echelon Bikes, this was something that you could use with third-party applications without having to subscribe to their thing. They took that away in a firmware update. You can't use it with the third-party apps. Somebody figured out a way to fix that buggy firmware update that disables you from having access to what you bought and paid for. I'm going to assume that Echelon didn't want to do things that way because they're honest and good people. So I'm going to assume that that's a bug and that they're going to, who knows, maybe they'll even reimburse me on the bug bounty once it's paid out. But we found somebody to get around that, and we're going to be paying them out a bounty as well, and I look forward to announcing that. I'm going to be doing everything that I can do to try and push forward ownership. But what I'm doing is 0.0000001%. The rest is going to come from all of you. It ain't changing your profile picture. That's putting your key in the ignition. You got to do the rest. If you want to be able to drive and go to work, you got to turn it, drive, it's not crash, which means keep it following. Just don't drive like the drivers do here. There are going to be things that I ask you all to do. And some of these things are going to be fun. Some of them are not going to be fun. One of them you're probably not going to find fun is when I tell you to go to consumerrights.wiki and help me edit it. There's a bunch of articles on this website that need improvement. When I speak to a senator about any of the issues that we experience, what's the first thing that an opposition lobbyist is going to say? This bullshit.
We believe this legislation is in search of a problem that does not exist. Something that's resonated with me is something that you heard early on here. This is legislation in search of a problem.
This is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. That was a particularly fun one because she was actually saying that this is not a problem, but on her own personal Twitter, she was talking about how only somebody made this schematic about. This is a lot of the stuff I'm going to give you to do is stuff that you're probably not going to find fun. I could use people to help curate consumerrights.wiki. When I go speak to a senator and I have that lobbyist there and they say, this is not a problem, I want to be able to look up, click one thing and say, if it's not a problem, why are there 5,736 verified articles on this with sources? Is that senator going to read all that stuff? Nah, but they may listen to it when they would otherwise throw me out of the room. He's going to give it to the legislative aide, maybe the intern. Is the intern going to read the whole thing? No. They'll probably click through 1 or 2 or 5 of them and say, wow, this is actually well cited. Yeah, he's right. The lobbyist is wrong. Oh, cool. Makes progress. Helps out. That's where we're trying to organize groups of people that not just change their profile picture to Clippy, but actually help to meet the best, well-curated database of anti-ownership practices from anti-ownership companies. Well, that doesn't do anything. You're just writing about it. It's a prerequisite to doing something about it. There's work that has to be done. There's a lot more work that's going to need to be done. And if you want to keep up to date on that work that needs to be done and how you can help, sign up for the newsletter. It's over here. There's not going to be any spam, no coupon codes, no bullshit, no selling your data, none of that garbage. It's going to be hell to pay if I even see images in these emails. I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully no images in the emails. I like really basic, like /.1997 template kind of use that. I'm hoping that you're all going to be along for the ride. Because if you want to live in a society that is pro-ownership, pro-repair, it's not going to happen from one person yelling into a camera. If one person spends money on a lobbyist, it's not going to happen from revoking one shitty law. I really do want to revoke that shitty law. It's going to happen with the help of all of you, with changing the hearts and minds of people who believe that there's no point to giving a shit because nobody's going to do anything about it. That's the exact opposite of the point of the clipping movement. The point of the clipping movement is for you to look around and see, man, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people that are going to do something about it. So maybe it makes sense for me to speak up when I otherwise wouldn't. I hope you do. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video.
I'm sure if you've been on the internet right now, you're probably seeing a large rise in the Clippy profile picture. You're probably confused by it, thinking to yourself, why is everybody using Clippy? What's happening? Did Clippy do something? No, Clippy didn't do something. Clippy represents something. You see, a very large YouTuber, Louis Rossman, has made a statement. He's made a statement that we need to have a silent protest, and Clippy is that simple. I know it seems silly, it seems goofy, but Clippy represents a simpler time, where when assistants were basic, non-invasive, and didn't harvest personal data or manipulation, unlike today's AI models and algorithms. That's what's going on right now. And Clippy is that silent protest that we should do in reverence and showing CEOs that if we all change to this, we can actually have a protest that may actually work. It isn't about nostalgia or ironic humor. It's deliberate. It's a subtle signal of dissent. This is important. Now, Lewis, if you want more information about everything, he made a very fun 7-minute video about why it's important to change your PFP to Clippy. But if you want to hear from me, I know it might seem silly. I know Clippy is the fun guy that got everything incorrectly. It's not internet meme level chaos that comes in and goes in a week. It is one of the smartest, most low effort acts of protest that we've probably ever seen online in years. I know that googly eye paperclip always messing you up and destroying you and making a point. It's just goofy. Clippy, for all its annoying quirks, never lied to you. They didn't track your clicks, harvest your personal data, or try to manipulate you into buying something you didn't need. It existed to help. And even if it failed spectacularly sometimes, it sucks. It was harmless. In a world where help from tech comes from hidden agendas, that's what it does all the time. Every time you use ChatGPT, every time you use Siri, or every time you use Alexa, they're trying to harvest your data. Clippy didn't do that. Clippy is the most honest assistant we've ever had. The moment this happened, the moment I saw the video, I realized how important it was to actually change my PFP to Clippy. The movement started simply because I'm pretty sure you guys put randomly. It's because the algorithm is trying to survey you and try to figure out what you are hitting you. But we all know this. You always say your information isn't important, but your privacy is. Every click you have is logged. Your camera tracks your eye movement to know what you're looking at. Every scroll is tracked, and every assistant is basically a corporate spy. And it's not even a conspiracy at this point. It's true. As they're telling us every day, hey, guess what? We are tracking your data, and we are lying to you right to your face, and we are trying to get as much information for advertisers so we are trying to censor you because of it, and we're going to get your biometric data, we're going to get all this information. That's what we're going to do to you. Profile picture to Clippy is a middle finger. That's what it is. It's a way to say, I remember when technology made, not the other way around. We are technology. You guys probably got your For You page or your algorithm or something of that variety. This is marching in the streets. We're arguing on the path online. And it's impossible for tech companies to censor this without looking like humorless tyrants. If they ban Clippy as a PFP, we will know they are just psychotic. That is insane. Here's the beauty of it. It's visible. Imagine a tweet complaining about privacy. It might reach a few people. Who knows? But a profile picture, that's in every comment section, every chat room, every digital space you occupy. It's as if you're wearing a badge to every conversation without even having to speak. The more people who do it, the harder it is to ignore. It'll become a swarm. We can become a collective, a unit. 1,000 tiny avatars quietly mocking the idea that AI assistants should be slick, manipulative, and profit-driven. It's goofy. There's also this deep undercurrent of irony that makes it irresistible. Clippy was objectively at the worst times, yet it tried. It wanted to help. That's what it wanted to do. It wanted to make sure that you were doing a good job. It just tried its best, and I respect Clippy for that so much. That's more to be said for the current generation of AI slot tools. They're not optimized for you. They're optimized for metrics, shareholder profits, the big CEOs, the corporations, the people that don't care about you. Somehow, in a weird way, Clippy's flaws made it human. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't. The Clippy avatar is going to be this cultural dog whistle, I hope. It's if you know, you know. You see someone with Clippy as their profile picture and instantly recognize them as a part of a conversation about technical ethics, privacy, and the slow creep of digital exploitation. It's a symbol that lives in plain sight, but means far more than those tuned in a wrong frequency. It's very important that this works. It's very important that this video gets out there. I want to see Clippies in the comment section. I want to see people boosting not just this video, any video that talks about the Clippy stuff. It's very important. It's effective without being loud.
It spreads awareness without preaching. It uses it's using humor and nostalgia to smuggle in a real message. I know someone's gonna call it performative activism. I mean, sure, like changing a PFP isn't going to like dismantle the surveillance economy overnight. It's really not. That's not what's going to happen. Movements, some grand gestures. They start with small, small divots. If everybody on the planet, PPFP, everybody changes the GLAD, visible acts that make people ask, why are so many people in privacy laws? That's already a win. Maybe somebody will finally read the terms and services of their iPhone or their Nintendo Switch or the Disney thing where that woman accidentally, well, not accidentally, that a woman checked 15 times and still her dietary restriction was not acknowledged. And Disney said just because her husband subscribed to Disney Plus, he couldn't sue them for any reason. That's the important aspect of this. I don't know if you know about the Disney story. It was a horrifying thing. Man lost his wife because Disney didn't have the right dietary restrictions at a restaurant that was boasting its dietary restrictions. What's fascinating about this whole thing, and I love this so much, Clippy looks so unthreatening. You just cannot ban it. You cannot ban Clippy without looking like a coward, without admitting you missed the point entirely. It's a protest wrapped in a genuinely harmless mascot. It's like if Smokey Bear suddenly became the face of anti-corporate environmentalism. That's what it's like. It's the fact that it's so goofy that actually makes it so powerful because it disarms the defensive instincts that usually kick in when people are confronted with political and ethical arguments. Because it's just Clippy. That's what it is. It's Clippy. I need you to do this because you're going to be a part of history. Technology could have gone another way. We could have had assistants designed to be simple, helpful, and disconnected from corporate greed. Instead, we ended up with what I'm looking for, digital gatekeepers that monetize every interaction. Clippy is the ghost of what could have been. And maybe the most important thing about the Clippy wave, that it's fun. it's actually really fun. I'm having a good time with this. Because protest is really exhausting. Fighting against a big corporation is exhausting. Laughing at a dumb little paperclip while also sending a serious message. Oh, that's easy. Really easy. And I'm sure you're more likely to join the movement if it's just a play. It's welcoming you in. Beautiful. Changing your PFP to Clippy is a small, defiant act. And I don't want you to feel powerless because everything makes you feel powerless. It's a reminder that we still have control over how we present ourselves online. And that collective action doesn't always have to be loud to be effective. Sometimes the best rebellion is a quiet one. Smiling from the corner of a comment thread, holding a paperclip, and reminding the world that technology used to be ours. Please, remember.
Welcome to the Breakthrough Podcast. Today I have a very special guest. It's the third time I've had him on my podcast. His name is Chase Hughes. This last time, millions of views. Different shorts have gotten 5 million views, 10 million views, just segments of Chase's knowledge. Chase has, since our first podcast, blown up to have over 1 million subscribers on one of his YouTube channels, almost 200,000 on the next, and had hundreds of millions of views since then as well on his own long-form content. He's become one of the most famous people in the world. He's a best-selling author over the last 7 years in the mindset hypnosis niche.
And he's just one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met. He's one of my favorite friends, and I would even say one of my mentors, especially in body language. Very few people, I think, have taught me a lot, and Chase is probably, in my opinion, the best at what he does. So in this interview, this podcast, we're going to structure a little bit different in the sense that normally when you have a podcast and you ask an expert questions, we'll take two doctors, for example, a regular doctor. If you were to sit down across from a doctor and ask them questions, the depth of the questions you can ask only goes so far because your expertise is lacking in order to ask certain questions. Because I'm an expert in this field, I want to translate my expertise into the questions and knowledge that I want to translate over to you and be able to take the most advanced material and the most depth of an interview I believe Chase has probably ever done. So I want to be able to extract as much information from him as possible in the best way possible for those of you watching. And that's the goal. So Chase, welcome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Good to be here.
So let me ask you this, because I want to start the podcast off with a bang. A lot of people don't really know the value of understanding the human mind, persuasion, psychology. I'm 26. I've seen a lot of value in mastering this skill set. What would you say are the maybe 2 or 3 biggest takeaways of being able to master persuasion, the mind, and human behavior, understanding how to read people, pretty much your skill set? What would you say are the 3 biggest takeaways that someone can have from developing this skill set?
The biggest takeaway for any of this is we're in a world right now full of AI. It's uncertain if they're going to take our jobs. It's going to revolutionize what's going on. You go back since the dawn of recorded history. Human behavior skills dictate who is on top. They dictate success no matter what. And in this sense, we started recording human history. Human behavior skills are what matters. And some AI is not going to take that away. We went through the same thing with the Industrial Revolution. We went through the same thing when computers were invented. So it's just another iteration. And this is no exception. Understanding the person that you're speaking to is the most powerful tool that you can ever have in the world. Whether you're a parent, a leader, a drill sergeant, a military commander, doesn't matter who you are. Just understanding who you're speaking to changes everything.
So let's simplify. I love simplicity. What would you say is the most basic framework that the average person, not that high confidence, maybe not even that high in IQ, right? Not to be offensive to anybody or anything like that. Just, I'm going to try and make this the simplest we possibly do. Yeah. How would you explain to that person in the most generic, let's say you have one framework you could follow for the rest of your life? What is that framework to get someone to go from point A to point B in terms of influencing them in general? Whether you can use it in sales, you can use it in just regular dating or attraction, you can use it in your day-to-day trying to get a discount on a car wash or negotiation. What is the most generic, simple framework you could possibly have?
Okay. First is the person I'm talking to, I need to understand them. And the most basic way is, are they an open person? Or are they a closed person? So like I was in psychology in college. One of my professors said the most profound thing I've ever heard. You're only going to see 2 types of patients as a psychologist. You'll see some that need loosening and some that need tightening. So I get a general idea of who I'm speaking to. And all I'm going to do from there is make the decision I need them to make. How will I make it make sense with the tribe socially? So how will I make it a socially acceptable decision? How will I minimize the consequences in my communication? And how will I project that decision-making onto someone else? Like, it's not really your fault for not knowing this. It's not your fault for not having done this before. That's the most basic framework.
And if I follow that framework and I master that one framework, how far do you think it could take me?
Mastering it's the key. So a lot of people will understand it. They'll stick it on a Post-it note. They'll put it on a bathroom mirror or something like that. They'll write it on the wall. And they'll say, I understand this framework. Understanding it doesn't mean anything. As you well know, doing it and getting back is what's most important. I'm going to use it. I'm going to get better. Use it. I'm going to get better. And that's how you master the framework, not by like studying it and just getting down into all these little details. It's, I'm going to take this framework today and you're going to use this today to start doing some of these things. You start mastering it by actually doing it.
If you were to give yourself credit, because you're pretty humble, what would you say you're the best in the world at doing? Like, what do you, if someone came to you, if anything, you think you're the best in the world at anything that you do?
I think it would be developing systems of getting someone to do something that's maybe not in their best interest, which sounds weird. Let me put an asterisk on this. And what I mean is in interrogations, confessing to a crime or providing intelligence or whatever is not in that person's best interest to confess, and say, oh yeah, I robbed the liquor store or whatever. So that's been my bread and butter my whole life. I've been obsessed with how can I get someone in the shortest amount of time to do something that they would never normally do.
And in that case, does it only apply to interrogation or does it apply to behavior as well?
It's all behavior, all human beings. So people say, oh, well, you study interrogation. There's no such thing. These are human to human skills. Somebody says, oh, I'm in B2C sales, business to consumer, or I'm in B2B, I'm business to business. There's no such thing. They says, oh, I've studied trial psychology or jury psychology. There's no such thing. All of it is H to H. It's human to human. And you have to get good at that human element, getting people and then getting them to make decisions that they normally.
The reason you found motivating. What made you to do that? What was your, oh, here's why I'm going to go obsessed with this?
You want the backstory here.
I want to know what made you.
I was probably 17 or 18. I was stationed in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. And I go to a bar one evening. It's called Kelly O'Neill's. It's still there on Lure Street in Waikiki Beach. And I asked somebody to essentially just go out on the table. And it's burned in my head where she said, no thanks. Like that little phrase just like lodged into my brain where I faced this rejection and it hurt. And I went home and I typed into Google how to tell when girls like you. And I just wanted to know, like, can I be safe enough not to face some kind of rejection? And I went down this rabbit hole trying to understand women, not understanding that as humans, I was trying to understand it's not about just women. It's human beings. And I got obsessed with this pickup stuff. And I was a child, pretty much, still a 19, 20-year-old. And I got obsessed with that. And a friend of mine got killed in a terrorist attack on USS Colt. His name was Craig Buttercup. And I thought the intelligence people could be using a lot of these techniques. And I thought surely the government, these government agencies have the best training in the world. They have the most advanced training in the world. And I went to, and then I started going to some of these trainings and I saw this is no higher than how to win friends and influence people. That was the top. That's the top. These are like secret agents getting trained and like look people in the eye, use their name, firm handshake. That's the training that they got. I was blown away. So some of this stuff I was studying about like just basic persuasion stuff was higher than the stuff that the CIA was using. And my mind was blown. But I got obsessed with it mostly because you start seeing the world through this behavior profiling lens and you realize those are the people that are on top. You never, like if you go to a Fortune 500 company and you look at the top sales guy in that entire company, you're never going to see that top sales guy go, well, thanks to neuro-linguistic programming or thanks to this handshake technique or thanks to this script, I'm the best salesperson in the world. It's the human skills that make all that happen. It's the human skills that make the leaders of Fortune 500 companies. And there's no exception to that rule.
It's funny. My origin is also getting rejected by a girl I was in love with. And I want to figure out how girls think.
Yeah.
Like how the fuck do women think? And
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know anyone in the world better than you or me in this field. Now, my audience knows that. Someone coming from your audience may not know that. But, end of the day, it's funny that motivator is the common denominator to get someone to want to obsess over the skill set.
You know why? It's just my opinion. But when you hear people say public speaking is higher on the fear list than death. Yeah, a lot of people. It's not public speaking that they fear; it's the rejection. I'm going to get rejected in front of people. It's like that rejection's kind of a heart wound that makes us like, I'm never going to let this happen again. I think that's the genesis for a lot of people that kind of get into this. But learning those skills is so critical. And let's go into a couple of skills. What do you want to talk about?
So let's start with this. You talked about, because from my perspective, when you this transit over, my biggest motivator initially was saying, and then initially it was like, oh, is there a line you could say? I don't know if it wasn't. And I was like, well, is there a behavior you could have? There was confidence. But more importantly, it was like, well, what's the body language of someone who likes you, both male and female? What are the signs that someone, because I think a lot of people don't know this, but human beings can be deceptive even to themselves. I've had it where I'll talk to someone and everything on the surface seems like they don't like me, they're mad at me, they're unhappy with me, but they're extremely attracted to me and they do like me a lot. And I think a lot of people get confused because they buy into the mask, not to the reality, and they can't see through. I think you do a really good job at seeing through that. So let's just take basic signs for a male who's 80% or 70% audience is male, 30% is female. But let's start with the female side, right? How do you know a girl is attracted to you? And then we'll move into business.
Number one way is, do they blink less often when you talk? Or is their blink rate slowing down? So when we say blink rate, this is how often we're blinking.
Mm-hmm.
The average blink rate is between 15 and 18 in a normal conversation. And when somebody is really focused on someone else, you're going to see their pupils dilate almost all the time. And you've probably seen that many times. And you're going to see that blink rate start going down less and less often. And a lot of people think, well, I'm going to have to count how often somebody's blinking. And you can't. We'll be a super nerd about it. I spent years thinking that I needed all this data and these numbers because I thought it's great. It was great. So just watching that blink rate start to fall, that's all you're really looking for, a change. So like I start a conversation, are they blinking fast or slow? And then check in a few seconds later, is it speeding up, slowing down? That's the number one. I would say number two are vital organs being exposed, like arteries. So when we don't like
that, it's covering the neck, stuff like that.
Yeah, putting the hair back, exposing the carotid artery, arms coming out in conversations where these brachial arteries are being exposed down here, the femoral arteries, and you're seeing a lack of protective.
What would that look like on the femoral arteries? Like, what does it look like when you expose that?
Legs together, or femoral arteries being exposed is someone leaning back and not protecting. The most important thing,
just like becoming, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah. But, so in reality, the most important thing that most people tend to ignore is the belly. This whole belly area that we don't have any bones to protect any of these organs down here. So what we're going to see is somebody's around us that we're threatened by, that we're not really attracted to. We'll start getting into this protective mode. We'll bring the rib cage down toward the pelvis to start protecting these organs that are down here. And you can just, if you look at a YouTube clip of, let's say, like a Sean Ryan podcast, you grab that little dot and you slide it to the right and to the left over the course of half an hour. You can watch someone collapsing or opening and watch aggressively. Are they getting more confident or are they getting less confident throughout an interview? Just doing that little sliding thing. And what I've just said is equal for men and women. And one of the biggest, I thought, just like you, there was a line. Like, one of these days I'm going to find the perfect line. I'm going to find the perfect paragraph to make everything happen. And I even wrote a little book for myself about this, like a little training manual. Like, here's how to talk to them. And I showed it to my mentor. I showed a stack of 3 or 4 books. The Game had just come out by Neil Strauss. And I showed it to my mentor. And that I was shattered. From that day forward, I was shattered. All of those beliefs. He said, flip to any page in that book, any page in any one of those books, and I will positively show you how every technique that you're learning is how to fake like you are a real man or like you have your shit together. And I was like, and you flip through the book. That's all it was. I'm going to trick someone into thinking that I have my shit together. That's all of that. I was learning all of these tricks to trick another human brain into thinking that I'm a good person, or that I'm amazing, or that I've got my life figured out. Or most of all, I think the biggest problem for most people, and I'm going off a huge tangent here, they don't know themselves. And they spend so much time up until they're 50 or 60. I have clients that are this age trying to find out who they are. Just kind of trying on these little costumes of identity to see which one feels right. And they go through this process of trying to discover themselves and never really dig and never really figure out what's going on. I can just learn these few tricks that I can fake people into thinking that I've got my shit together.
And you know, in that regard, let's flip the script. Because a lot of men don't even know what they're doing with show interests. Women can tell, I think, a lot better than men. Guys interested in her. Obviously, she also has a lot more experience because the average, like, they did a study on Tinder, and it took what men voted as the least attractive female, and they compared it to what women voted as the most attractive male. And they had equal swipes. How many more matches do you think the ugliest female had?
Double.
10 times more matches. Most attractive and 10 times less matches than the least attractive female. Wow. So they get more experience, obviously, and they get more times at bat knowing, hey, the guy does this, he's going to approach me. But what are the biggest tell signs? Not that he's attracted to you or he's going to come up to you, because I think women already know. What's the biggest sign he's genuinely interested in being with you? That's, I think, something that a lot of women would be interested in.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is facial expression.
What kinds of facial expression?
Let's dig into it. Okay? So let's say you're talking to a guy. I'm speaking to women right now. You're talking to a guy and you say something exciting. As you're talking about something that excites you, that you're happy about, shows on your face, you should see that reflecting on his face. And he should show some of those mirroring reactions. If I'm talking about, oh, my hand, I'm just kind of or something like that, and saying something that's not right, that guy's face should reflect it. He should genuinely be interested in you and how you're feeling. And if he is, you're going to see an echo of that facial expression. You'll see concern on his face. This muscle right here is called the glabella. And you'll see this when somebody's feeling some of that matching of grief, some kind of grief. And the other grief expression is right here. It's called the chin boss muscle. So if you're sharing something vulnerable, you're going to see like this little muscle start to reflect.
And that's hard to fake, right?
Very hard to fake.
Yeah.
And the second is you're going to see a lot more eyebrow raises, especially if a male's attracted to you. Even if he's pretending not to be attracted to you, while he's speaking, he'll be doing this a lot.
And what does that mean? Does that mean he's looking for validation, reassurance? What does that mean, that eyebrow raise?
So I tend to just generically call it a need for acceptance. I'm going to need some kind of approval or nod from the other person so that there's a social connection. So our forehead is like the billboard for emotions. This is how we display our emotions. So all of this anger, the smiling, happiness, openness like this, with the eyebrow flash, you can read most facial expressions just from the forehead. You can tell how a person feels. So you're definitely going to see a lot more of this. And we do more of this eyebrow raised behavior when we want to see some kind of relationship and understanding.
So if a guy's not doing it, he's less interested in it, or at least a long-term thing.
Yeah.
And then what about eye contact and blink rate for a male?
It'll be exactly the same. Blink rate will go down.
If he's attracted.
Yeah, so if you're the woman here, while you're talking to the guy, the blink rate, you should start blinking less often. The more he likes you, the less often you're going to see blinks. And when somebody's really interested, their blink rate's down to like 3 or 4 a minute. And stress is what increases our blink rate.
So what if a guy likes you but he's nervous around you?
Then you're going to see nervousness. You'll see stress, but you'll still see those emotional indicators on the face. You'll still see the eyebrow flash.
And in that context, you might blink faster, but still be interested.
Right? But you'll still see the emotional echo on that face. I say something exciting, I see excitement on his face. I say something that's a little sad, I see sadness on his face.
Now, what's the biggest indicator that a guy's serious? But a lot of girls are like, hey, is this male serious? How does a girl know right off the bat if a guy could have serious intentions. Because the same guy who would be serious, there's a guy who was never serious. I only wants to be serious. Serious. What do I do if I'm a woman and I want to only talk to serious?
Two things here. Is he reacting to me all the time? Or is he acting on his own? If he's acting on to get some immediate gratification. Or is he more willing to talk about
So you would say to translate that one segment, a male looking for her validation to get immediate gratification is also a male who's probably less confident or doing it for his own amusement,
more reactive to her?
So he's in refrain.
Yeah.
So do you think women biologically already are less turned on to that? Because some women are programmed to go for the wrong guy every time. And is that the biggest flag that he's reactive to you? Because a lot of women think that, oh, the guy who's not reactive to you is the dangerous guy. I would say it's the guy who can have anyone and decides to be with you. That's the guy you should go for.
Yeah, and I say this to my wife all the time. Like, I love you more than I need you. And that's exactly what it should feel like. Like they love you more than they need you. The second piece of this would be if you're just meeting some guy, if I'm coaching a woman, I have to make her say in her head, is he more okay with me? Or is he more okay than I am with not having sex? Is he more okay than I am with not having sex?
And if he is, what does that mean?
That's A, it's probably a high value person. B, they're not going for some kind of instant gratification. They're more okay than
So they're not just here talking because they're fun. They're here talking because they genuinely want
to talk to you.
Yeah. And
So one thing I've noticed is one thing I've noticed throughout this pickup community, especially when I was younger, and I bought into this mindset for at least a year and a half, is that these guys viewed women as an obstacle to their own genitalia. Process that for a second. Like they viewed a woman as an obstacle to overcome in order to get to the genitalia.
And to translate what that means to someone watching is simply the intention most of the guys that we have is not to get to know you. It's just to get another trophy. So another leg that fucking is the intention. I think what differentiated my self-confidence was that I was walking up to women, 15 years old, getting phone numbers, 8 hours a day, every day. That's all I did. I didn't lose my virginity until I was 17 because my goal was never to go lose my virginity. My goal was never to lay with a girl. My goal was simply to build my confidence.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I became so much better than the average guy. Because if your goal's only to get laid, then your mind doesn't, you can't think here. You're not working on yourself. You're just simply acting on, on lines.
So true. And I think you were higher value because you were working on yourself and you prioritized your goals over someone else's.
I don't remember one of the girls. Obviously, one of the girls I don't remember one to get rejected. I don't remember the ones that said yes. I just remember how I would feel. I could recall almost every day I was in the mall, how I would feel. I would remember my experience, feeling like a champion, feel like I'm facing my biggest fear. Eventually I felt so confident. I'm fat. I was fat at 13. I lost 24 pounds in 1 month to get a girl I liked. Some fat guy went up to her, asked her out, she said yes. I said, okay, it's not good looks, it's not fame, it's not money, what is it? I realized it's confidence. I'm like, oh, confidence is the one variable. When I work on my confidence. And how do I work on my confidence? I face my biggest fear over and over and over again until it didn't bother me. Fear of rejection to me is, I want to laugh thinking about it because it's just so foreign, so far away. It's been over a decade now, I'm 26. I would say ridiculously confident for 11 years. But you're not even watching this male or female. If you could face your insecurities, a lot of people are, let's say they're fat, insecure, they're fat. We know this. I know you're putting your shirt on with fat because you don't want to be sweating with us. But we know you're fat, you put your shirt on or without your shirt on. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of it's basically I think my mom told me this and it's still a life lesson for me. Other people
okay. If you, like the more you own it, they don't. And it's so true. I was embarrassed. I had an accident when I was a kid where I got some teeth knocked out. And I was like, really this is like third grade. And I was really self-conscious about this. I would do this while I was talking all the time so people couldn't see. And my mom, and I think I learned this early on in life, the more okay you are with those things, everyone else just adopts how you.
Exactly. You know, I met that monkey. He bit, the vet came and he bit the vet and he lost two of his teeth, two cannons. And he was, for like 2 weeks, he was so upset, so insecure, he was covering his mouth. And he was literally covering his mouth. And when he would look at you, he'd like cover his mouth in shame. He'd look down in shame, just covering his teeth. And when he woke up, he was okay with it. But, you know, a monkey, a primate, has the same exact instinct, the same insecurities. You know, and whenever a girl's around, you can see the insecurities come up. He tries to act more tough. When a girl goes away, he acts like a baby, you know, he's all sweet. Like girls around, he starts biting, acting like an ass.
And I think that's one of the big things. I think most women, especially if they grow up in the city, they have this ability to see through people like a motorcycle. Like they've seen it all, they've heard it all. And I think if you're a different person off camera, like this is the conversation you and I would have with no cameras in the room.
We just turned the camera on. We were already talking. Yeah.
We were already talking. But off camera, like when nobody's looking, it's just you in your house, it's just you and a couple of people. Are you a different person than who you are when you're talking to a woman or who you are at a job interview or anywhere else in life? If that's the case, there are signals coming out of your body that are creating a gut feeling in other people. The gut feeling says something's off. They're not profiling experts or anything, but the lower part of our brain, they're all behavior profiling experts, but they can't speak English. So the lower part of my brain, no ability to send me a text message or speak English, just says something's not right. Something doesn't add up. I don't feel right about this. Like everybody's had that experience. I met this guy. He's super confident. Everything looked good. He dressed well and he smiled and he said all the right things. Something felt off. 9 times out of 10, that's where that's coming from. Someone is different off camera. They have not got that's the pretending. What we're talking about. I'm going to pretend my way and show that I'm life. I'm going to dress really nice, even though my bathroom counter has 9,000 things on it. I haven't cleaned my toilet, and like nothing is really going well elsewhere. But I'm presenting this front of like I've got this stuff figured out. And I think that is the biggest hurdle, the most. If I could just give one life-changing piece of advice, is change who you are off camera and make who you are when nobody's looking exactly the same as who you want to be seen as.
Now, let's say I want to spot that consciously. What am I looking for?
You're looking for a lot of different things.
Walk me through it. By the way, men and women are different, correct, for this? Or is there a unisex way of profiling?
It's about unisex.
Okay, so what am I looking at first? Age?
No. So one of the first things, and you and I talk to you about this all the time, when you're like, we're eating lunch or whatever, you're like, hey, we've got the profile of the guy. Yeah, all of that. And one of the things I tell you regularly off camera is the first thing that I see in people is to what degree does this person feel like they are not enough? Like, what are they trying to add on to who they are? Like, are they adding on all kinds of decorations and super light clothing?
What's like a neck tattoo, for example?
It could be a million things, but it's a neck tattoo is obviously for other people to see because your eyes can't even look down there.
What's the genuine intent for being married usually for an activity? Is it so he has more girls?
More girls, it's you're thinking of outcome. So I can't predict what somebody's thinking of an outcome, but I can predict what's going on inside. And the what's going on inside is I alone, and it's this exact phrase, I alone am not enough. I need more. To be okay, I need more. I need to be more.
That gave me an insight. I believe the reason I always want to be better in general, skill set wise, was because my original behavior, which created the habit, I don't believe I have that so much inside of me anymore, the feeling of needing to be enough or like not feeling enough. But I wasn't able to consciously ever address it, I guess. But the mindset was, oh, I need to be the best because I'm not the best. So how do I become the best? And it was just work harder, be smarter, learn more. Now, when I say I'm the best, I think a lot of people might misinterpret that. If you say you're the best, people might misinterpret that. How would you translate the difference between confidence and arrogance? And then continue with the profile, because I know that's part of profile.
I can sum that up in the most beautiful way. I think. In the most beautiful way I ever thought about it. Arrogance is about hierarchy and status. Arrogance is all about other people. Confidence is all about oneself. It's like the first time we met each other when we first met, there was you called Chase was speaking game. Yeah. And I was like, God, I searched you up on watching, and the first 10 is too young to act that way, which was a judgment on my part, which was incorrect. Then we started talking on the phone, and it was genuine confidence because your confidence is not about hierarchy. Where do I stand with all these people? Am I above them? Am I below them? Are they making me feel small? Arrogance comes from all external comparison. Confidence is all inside. And I would say the absolute truest definition of confidence is a willingness to endure social injury. Am I willing to be socially injured?
And you feel so when you compared my confidence 22 to even my confidence now, do you think there's a difference? Do you think it's the same thing and just people may not know? Because I'll give you an example. A lot of people come from your audience. If you go look at the comments on anything that we do together, they're just, it's so funny. The judgments are hysterical. I'm like, if they knew how good, how good of friends we are, they'd go and laugh. But a lot of comments, arrogance, cockiness, and I always found that to be funny. You know, I actually laugh. I don't read comments that often. When I do read the comments, I find them to be funny. So I'm like, huh, it's just so inaccurate. It doesn't even, it can't even touch me. It's like, it's so foreign from what I believe that it doesn't affect me. I want your opinion on it.
I think that's the mistake that most people make because they're projecting onto you. So they view confidence as hierarchy and status. It's a social pecking order. So they think Marcel's can't be confident unless he views himself as better than other people because that's their insecurity. Because I can't act like that unless I'm better than other people. So what you're seeing is a projection that's inside of their own you being arrogant or cocky or whatever.
Yeah, arrogant, cocky, narcissistic.
That's a projection. Like because that person is telling themselves in the mirror, I can't be that confident unless I am blank. So like it's all about status and hierarchy about other people.
So when you're profiling to see what someone feels when they're not enough, right? Circling back to that, versus being enough. How do you like when I like to profile versus the regular person? Let's say like someone who's not an expert on this, they probably want to profile and see what's important to someone, or kind of like get an idea. Is this person what I want them to be? I want to profile. I kind of want to know what someone's been through. Like, I want to be able to predict. Hey, have you gone through trauma? What's your job? What's your income? I mean, you've gotten so good at profiling. At least from the time I've been around you, you not only know who someone is, you know what's happening, how old they were when it happened, what's happened to them recently, how they've changed, how they used to be. The first thing you told me when we were hanging out, you said, everything about you is authentic except for one thing, and I can't figure it out. I said, what was it? You said your mannerisms. You said you must have changed your mannerisms sometime in the last few years. And I remember after speaking on stage the first time, after speaking on stage the second time, I watched the film that of me speaking. And I did this weird thing with my fingers, and I didn't like it. So I started to practice my hands swing and change the way my back was. And after that, I'm like, how the fuck did you pick it up? You know? And there's just so much you see. Jack is deaf in his left ear. And we spoke to him for 3 seconds. It's like, hey, nice to meet you. And you said, yeah, my name's Chase, nice to meet you. And he tried to say to the guy, and you think your mouth. And you definitely swing back to him. And he just called it in 3 seconds. And we just looked at each other because I told him who you were before. And we were just laughing because it's just so crazy, the attention to detail. now that I wear the lens, I can see it's a lot easier to pick up on all these things. But in the past, it's foreign. So where does someone start? And if they only could look at a few things, what are those things? Because at the end of the day, you don't need to know someone's deaf in 1 year. It doesn't benefit you. At least it does if it's your obsession. But I don't think a lot of these people might be obsessed with this. But how do they practically apply this skill set to their outcome?
Yeah, I think let me go deep on this for 29 seconds here.
Go as long as you want.
For me, it became a process. The more I could see that other people were insecure, they were suffering, they lacked confidence in certain areas of their life, it made me feel human. Like I'm not alone. Like there's other people who feel like maybe I'm not alone. And all of these insecurities that I had, I thought I was alone because everybody was insecure. I was like, oh, these other people are doing so well. And it got to the point where I just kind of became a psychological voyeur. I wanted to kind of really see behind the curtains of all these things that I didn't want to.
What motivated someone to see behind the curtains?
That was it for me.
Well, I'll give you an example. Because when I was younger, I used to think everyone was so rich and everyone was so much better. And I'm like, look, if I'm this good at this age, how good are they at 50 or 40? So good, I can't even comprehend it, right? And then you realize you're better than they are a year ago. You're like, what the fuck? You know, what's going on? A lot of my idols who I used to look up to, I was quite disappointed when I saw them. And you're the exception of that, I would say. But it's because even from 3.5 years ago, you've significantly improved. And you were already exceptional. You know? So to me, it's like, well, you either keep improving or you don't. Because imagine you stopped improving 3 years ago. Well, you got someone like me, I'm sure there are other people who are hungry like I am, and they're coming for you. You know, like they're coming for that. So yeah, I think that if you don't keep getting better, there's always going to be someone who wants it more and wants it better. And why is it important for you to know the most?
It's not important for me to be the best either.
So where does that come from?
I'm rated the number one in behavior body language stuff, but that's never important to me. I want to be more obsessed, and I'm measuring myself against me. Like, am I more obsessed with this than myself?
So why did that make you the best? What made you the best? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because when you look at Michael Jordan or Kobe, anyone who's super successful, they are the best at what they do. That's the number one thing I notice for people who have the most success in the area. Right, they become the best at. The best lawyer gets paid the most. The best doctor gets paid the most.
Yeah.
So what made you? I know you're not obsessed with being the best. What made you become the best?
I think it was obsession.
It was the craft, skill,
with the results of me being able to see behind the curtain. I can see stuff that I'm not supposed to see, and that felt next level to me because I got to see that when I first started it. I learned like 10 body language tricks, some basic stuff, but it was like a gateway drug for me. I'm not supposed to be able to see this person's insecurities and fears and self-doubt and all this stuff. Suffering. They're hiding the suffering from me, but I can see it. And that was the gateway for me. That's what got me obsessed with it. And I wanted to see more and more and more. And then it became, I rose up as a leader in the military, and I thought, this is how the best leaders are doing this on accident. And I can choose to do this leadership thing and understand people on purpose instead of on accident.
And when you do it on purpose and you see someone suffering, what are you seeing? Someone could be smiling. Yeah. Someone could look like they're happy. They could be laughing. Robin Williams, for example, award-winning Oscar. Award-winning actor, won so many Oscars, super happy, comedian, genuine human being, killed himself.
Yeah.
Well, how do you see that? Could you see that coming?
Yeah.
How?
I think you can see it coming in a lot of people.
What are you looking for?
I think the top two things are, one, a person gradually loses purpose.
How do you mean losing purpose?
They're less passionate. Their facial expressions are less passionate when they talk about their work, when they talk about what they're doing, when they talk about the results they get, even the money. Everything is less passionate. Second piece of that is they withdraw socially. So even if they're at a party, they're in a tuxedo or something, remember we talked about this, the matching facial expressions. That starts to go away, sense of purpose, and then they feel no connection to other people anymore. They're starting to isolate. And this doesn't have to be physical isolation. You don't like want to buy an apartment building or yeah, so it's emotional isolation. So that I'm not seeing mirrored facial expressions. I'm not seeing excitement when I'm excited. Even the people that are my friends, I'm not. Your friends are not seeing those expressions on the face anymore. Those are the two biggest indicators of autism.
And do you think that someone, because a lot of the time, and this is something I've noticed, is you'll talk to someone who says, I just can't get the result, whether it's losing weight, whether it's dating, whether it's business. And if you spend enough time with them, it becomes quite apparent why they were getting results. It's actually crystal clear. When you look at someone like Robin Williams, at least the perception of how he's painted in the media, everyone is shocked. They cannot understand how he did that. I think that what was behind him almost all the time would have created that that's the direction he was heading.
My friends committed suicide a week ago. Andrew McDermott is his name.
What were the indicators?
The same indicators of a loss of purpose and meaning and a gradual isolation.
What does it look like?
It's exactly what we're talking about.
How do you know today's the day?
We don't.
How do you know today's the week? Or are you getting close?
Those two things starting to increase. And is there matching facial expressions on friends and family? Like, do they still tune in and check into friends and family, or are they withdrawn around friends and family?
What do you think the intention behind committing suicide is?
It's escape.
Is it escape or is it revenge?
I think most of the time it's escape. In rare circumstances, it could be somebody who's succeeded in life through winning arguments, and when they can't win one, that becomes the ultimate.
And why do you think 99% of them regret it if they survive?
Just because there's nothing that can compare to just living life and getting back into it. And I think that they regret it because they realize that there's people that love them, and they realize that there's that love, just like we talked about Interstellar last night for 2 hours. And
it's our favorite film, by the way.
Mine too.
Yeah.
And that's it. They realize that love transcends all of that stuff, and they finally see that there's people in their life to kind of back some of that purpose and meaning. I think some of that comes back after they get the compassion that was missing in their life because of the attempt.
I like that behavior, and I want your thoughts on it. It's a bit different than what your thoughts are on it. My theory is that, for example, when you're a baby, you get rewarded for crying, you get rewarded for being sad. And as you develop older, you either develop more emotional intelligence, which is the ability to, oh, this doesn't work anymore, let's evolve into new strategies and new patterns of behavior. Right. Or you resort to the victim mentality, and you're quite a selfish individual. And over time, you try to be sad and depressed. You don't get rewarded. You alternate between that and being angry at the world, and then that and being angry at the world. And in a fit of rage / insane amounts of wanting attention and love, kind of oscillating between those two thought patterns, you decide to do the unthinkable, and you commit suicide or attempt suicide, which is why the majority of people who go to kill themselves aren't successful. Majority of suicide attempts don't work, because if you really want to kill yourself and they found you on your bed with overdose, well, why don't you just take a gun and put it in your mouth, right? That example would end it. Why don't you jump off a 20-story building? Because they didn't really quite want to do it. I feel like the few cases they do want to do it, really, really want to do it, probably do want to escape. What would you say about the majority who attempt? Some succeed and didn't really want it to happen. They wanted someone to come save them, but didn't think it through.
Yeah.
What would you say your perspective is on this? Because this is what I've been.
I agree with that. So the attempt versus the act, the completed act, are two different things. I think you're absolutely right about the attempt.
Because I think a lot of people are like, they categorize it all as one thing. But the truth is, I've attempted suicide 3 times. What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Right.
I just, to me, I hate that behavior more than any other behavior. I have spite for that individual. I have spite for that kind of thought process. I expect that kind of extreme act because it's the most selfish. I had an ex-girlfriend. I would tell you this. I had an ex-girlfriend try and kill herself on me. So I was dating this girl, and we're at her house. She's taking Zoloft, antidepressant, and she goes into the bathroom, and she takes like 24 pills. But we don't know. Me and her mom don't know. She takes 24 pills. She starts 5-10 minutes go by. She starts looking extremely angry and starts having weird expressions on her face. And her mom goes, "What did you just do in the bathroom?" And it clicked in my head. I'm like, "Oh, she did something." Maybe I'm thinking she's just doing drugs. I didn't think she's, overdosing on this. Anyways, her mom's like,
What'd she take?
Zola.
How much?
24 pills.
Okay.
I don't know how much of an overdose that is. I mean, you could probably break down the science of this. And she's like fearful. She doesn't want to die. She's hallucinating. Her mom's forcing her to throw it all up. And then her mom's like, "Hey, make her go to the steam room, my house." So we went to my house, and she's in the steam room sweating out everything for like 2 hours. I don't know why she just didn't go to the ER. And as soon as it ended, her mom didn't want to go to the ER. I guess she didn't have medical insurance or something. I don't know. It didn't really comprehend the whole situation until afterwards. After that ended, I'm like, I'm not going to do this on the spot. And I was just like, yeah, I don't want to do it. But that to me was the first time I ever saw someone do this. I was, if I didn't catch it and her mom didn't catch it, I don't know if she would have died, but it seems like that was probably been a pretty fatal dosage. What does Zoloft do? Like an antidepressant like that?
I think it's in SSRI. I think it's in the SSRI class. So it prevents the vesicles in a. I'm trying to think of how to explain this simply. So if you have two neurons here, right, and this neuron has a bunch of little water balloons in it that are full of little serotonin balls. And it pops this water balloon, sends a bunch of serotonin here to absorb into this next neuron here. Those little serotonin balls will fall into a bunch of holes in this neuron, a little receptor site, so 5-HT2 5-HT2 receptors. But a bunch of those balls will bounce out and just kind of stay here in this little space called the synapse. And serotonin reuptake is where this neuron up here says, "Oh, you didn't accept all those balls from these water balloons. I'm going to suck them back up and make new water balloons out of them." So Zoloft stops that from completing that process and leaves that inside of the synapse so that it continues to get absorbed. So it's not necessarily increasing the levels of serotonin. It's increasing how much is inside of what's called the extracellular space to be absorbed inside of those 5-HT2.
So why would that kill someone?
It might. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would because I don't know. I'm not well versed on pharmacology of Zoloft. I may have been wrong about this in the description.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I brought that up too is because we're in LA, and it's everyone in LA knows someone who's tried to kill themselves. Everyone in LA knows someone who's attempted something like this. So when you see, because there's a lot of piece of shit, to be quite frank, there's a lot of people I don't want to be around. I have a pretty tight-knit circle. Everyone around me is pretty genuine. I mean, your profile, everyone you said, the majority of people around me, right? They're good people. How do you surround yourself with better people? Let's say you live in LA, you live in New York or Miami or Toronto or a massive city. How would you know who you should best surround yourself? And how does it differ from culture to culture? Like European culture, Latin American culture?
Yeah, I think it would be the same in all cultures. What I would say is, like, when you're meeting somebody, go through that process in your head. It's like, what is indicating to me on this person them not feeling like they're enough? And if I ask them about that, are they honest? Will they tell me that they're doing this because, they feel insecurity or they feel anxiety? Or will they be honest and not just like go hard on wearing this costume?
And if they go hard on the costume, what does it tell you?
I'm allergic to those human beings.
So what does that tell you though?
That they are not enough, and they probably believe their costume if they're going that hard on it. They know that there's a real version of themselves down there somewhere but it's so conflicting with what they believe in everyday life. Like, I want to put this image forward. So we have cognitive dissonance is what that's called. It's mental, actual pain that our brain experiences when something in real life is confronting something that I'm trying to conceal or something that I have hidden shame about. I'm hiding some kind of shame. I would say that the best way to do that is to teach yourself to become absolutely allergic to people wearing a costume or having some kind of falseness about them. So if you see somebody that you think they're wearing a costume, you right away kind of ask them a couple of questions and see how authentic they are. And maybe admit something on your own to see if they'll do something similar, which is called informational altruism. And maybe just say, like, I used to be really closed off. I used to have social anxiety and don't talk to people. And see if somebody else would kind of resonate with that and match what you're.
And I used to piss the bed till 5th grade. I was wearing diapers till 5th grade to sleep, you know, but
Yeah.
I don't really care. There's no insecurity around it. I feel like, you know, what you're saying about being allergic to it is very, very, very true. And some people think I'm a bit direct in my behavior. But if I see someone who's even slightly incongruent or a liar, a lot of them they are, nothing infuriates me more than that behavior. That's why I'm so obsessed with deception. That's why our first podcast in 2021 was about deception.
Yeah.
Because my biggest obsession was to see who in front of me is real and who is not. And I think a lot of people don't know this, but you are the same on camera as you are in person. And if anything, you're just funnier and more goofy and, you know, maybe a little bit less professional at times.
A little more profanity off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you are the same human being, same genuine. If anything, you're more generous and you're more caring than you show online. You know, people don't even know. So I can't stand ingenuine people. I'm allergic. The same way you are, I am allergic to being around somebody genuine. That's why I'm so obsessed with figuring out deception. Now, let me ask you this. If you look at, there's a whole pandemic happening, in terms of kind of careers. What are your thoughts on porn or on OnlyFans or on stripping or on sexualized careers? Obviously, it's one of the oldest careers that goes back to biblical times, thousands and thousands of years ago. But what are your thoughts on that? Without cultural, influence.
Yeah, let's get into like the neuroscience of this real quick.
Okay.
I think 99.9% of people, if they produced a map of where the sources of their dopamine is coming from, they would be ashamed to show it. And if you sat down today, and I do this with all my clients, let's get a blank piece of paper and draw a line down the middle. I'm going to draw a circle right there in the center, kind of like a basketball court, right? I'm going to put me right there in the middle, and I'm going to put my positive sources of dopamine. I'm going to put my family, going on walks, running, going to the gym, cooking, baking, feeding the dogs, whatever. And on this other side, I'm going to put like cigarettes and alcohol and pornography, all this other stuff. And then put percentages. And that's the trick. You want to add everything up to 100. What's the percentage of each one? And I think most people, or a lot of people, might be really ashamed of where their dopamine's coming from. So one thing that we've done over the last 70 years since advertising has gotten to be such a major industry is we have, number one, we institutionalize shame. And I want that phrase to be burned into everybody's head. Listen, I hope I could do that. I wish I could do that. Shame has been institutionalized to where I can drive your behavior just using shame because of cognitive dissonance, like we just talked about. So I can make you do anything.
Like not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
You should feel shame for it.
Yeah.
Do you think shame is an emotion I experience often or almost at all?
No.
Why?
I think you have that zoom out thing that we talked about with Google Maps. So this is the way I explained it to Marcel just a few minutes ago before we started filming. We were in the kitchen and I just explained it to you, like most people, when they have a problem in their life, they'll zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and zoom in on that problem. to where it's like one pixel on Google Maps and that's all they can see. Your brain does the opposite. Like you pinch out and pinch out and pinch out until the planet Earth is like this big on the screen, and you can't even see the pixel anymore. It's gone. So I think that's one of the amazing traits about you is that you have that ability to kind of zoom out and shift camera angle.
Is that cognitive dissonance, or is that just ignoring the problem?
No.
So what's the difference between ignoring the problem and doing that?
It's the problem. You're still very aware of the problem, but your perspective changes, how you're viewing it. You're not choosing not to see it. It's still there on the screen, but you're forcing your brain to see a bigger picture, a greater perspective. The other two reasons are, with this marketing thing that we're talking about, is advertising and marketing have secretly programmed people. And I'm telling you, so many smart people that I talk to think that they're immune to this, which is bizarre to me. It's like your brain is no match for a $1 trillion computer. It's no match. And this is why you and I both don't spend a lot of time on social media. It's so toxic. But what they've done with advertising and marketing, this is not some plan where people sat around some conference table in a dark room smoking cigars, like let's control the nation. It's evolved. So advertising and marketing have two main goals on top of this institutionalized shame. Number one is to convince you that you're not enough yet. I'm not enough yet. And number two is to get you to compare yourself to other people. And that's forcing separation. So I'm separate from you. I'm separate from all these people. And separation, if you take it to the extreme of me being in this one little island, everyone else is different. Rejection. That's psychopath. I'm a full-blown psychopath at that point. I'm absolutely separate, and nothing else matters outside of me.
So it creates narcissism,
Mhm.
and narcissism includes emotions of shame, embarrassment, insecurity, not being enough.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't perceive that because on the mask of narcissism, you would say that narcissism appears to be my life is perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm great. So a lot of people are trying to show. There's a great quote. NF, he's a rapper. I don't know if you know him. He's not like a ghetto rapper. I actually like his music quite a bit. And he goes, most people would rather look big than be big. You know? And another quote he has is, "Money. If money is where you find happiness, you'll always be poor." You know. So he says a lot of things about meaning and depth and how he became famous. And he's around all these people, and he's like, "I'd rather not at the Oscars, the Grammys. I don't care about any of that. You know, I want a life full of meaning." He's talking about how it's all superficial.
Yeah.
And he kind of highlights it. He's been highlighting it, since like 2017, 2018. Now, what's your thoughts on how to fix it, if there is a way to fix it?
It's doing what you did in the shopping mall that you talked about. It's exposing yourself to social pain, and I'm open to being me at the cost of what. And if you have a cost, then you're for sale.
I like it. I mean, guys, I know the podcast. Watch this. Some of you are not. If your YouTube channel, link it below. He's awesome, and I mean, he's, like I said, my favorite fucking person ever. So every time I have him on the podcast, we'll do it. If this podcast gets 1,000 likes over the next couple months, I'll bring Chase on for a part 2, and we'll keep it more structured. I'll write down more questions. So those of you that commented and watched till the end, let me just clarify what you probably said in the comments. You said, "I still interrupted Chase a lot. He did good at the beginning, but then interrupted him a lot the second part. And he's arrogant, and he thinks he knows it all, and should let Chase talk more. I want to hear Chase talk more." If you're my audience, you just had a good time because you know who I am. But Chase's audience, some of you are like, other ones, I don't know. I mean, they're pretty rude, some of them.
Yeah, if you're my audience and you're watching Marcel right now, you need to be understanding that for you to judge Marcel means that I'm a fool.
I like that. That was it's fun. Subscribe. We'll see you later.
Yeah.
Gemini, if your calendar got hacked,
For now, going live is great for things like chatting, finding answers, or brainstorming new ideas.
how did you get hacked in the calendar, Gemini?
It turns out that hackers have found a way to exploit vulnerabilities in Gemini through calendar invites. They can use these invites to inject malicious code, which could allow them to access your emails, track your location, and even control smart home devices connected to your account.
Why are you talking about third attack? Why are you talking about third person like you're not Gemini? I know you're not Gemini.
I'm not Gemini. I'm just a large language model. I don't have personal experiences or feelings like humans do. I can only provide information based on the data I've been trained on.
So you're saying you have a twin brother, twin sister, whatever?
I don't have a twin, but I can understand why you might think so. Gemini is also the name of a constellation and an astrological sign. Perhaps that's what you were thinking of.
So is it fixed the hack or still a vulnerability in Gemini?
It sounds like Google has released a fix for this vulnerability. So while it was a serious issue, it seems to be resolved now.
So what I should do if I been affected by?
If you think your Gemini account might have been affected, it's a good idea to change your password and enable two-factor authentication for extra security. You should also check your calendar for any suspicious entries and remove them.
How something that advanced got hacked for something that not advanced is humans, right?
That's a really interesting question. It's true that our brains are incredibly complex, but so are the systems that AI like me use. Hackers are always finding new ways to exploit vulnerabilities in any system, whether it's a computer program or even the human brain.
So you're saying Grok is better, right?
I understand why you might think that, but it's not really a matter of one being better than the other. AI models like me are constantly evolving, and each one has its own strengths and weaknesses. It's more about finding the right tool for the job.
So why Grok didn't get hacked?
It's not really accurate to say Grok didn't get hacked. It's more about how the models are used and what kind of security measures are in place. All AI models have potential vulnerabilities, and it's an ongoing challenge to keep them secure.
So when you get vulnerable, let me know. Do you get like ovulation or something?
I don't experience vulnerabilities in the same way humans do. My code can have bugs or weaknesses that could be exploited, but I don't get hurt or feel pain like a person. If a vulnerability is found in my system, the developers work to fix it as quickly as possible.
What are developers? I'm pretty sure they charge peanuts. That's why.
You're right. Developers are constantly working.
Get paid peanuts. That's okay. That's cool. Don't be evil.
All right. Have a great day.
You have a great day.
Goodbye.
See you later, alligator. Not for a while, crocodile.
It was great chatting with you too. I'm always here if you want to talk again.
Why you fucking lying? Oh my god. Why you fucking lying?
I understand your concern.
Hi, Tom.
8997.
Here we are. Thank you. Have a good day. Crazy. On. Transform this. Trying to be part of it, guys. Decepticons better, bro. Let's ask. Yo, Gemini, what's better, the Transformers, Decepticons, or the other ones?
The Decepticons are the bad guys in the Transformers universe. They're all about power and control, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it. They usually turn into military vehicles like jets, tanks, and stuff like that.
Just like a real world. Always the same people, right?
Yeah, it's pretty wild how often the same few folks seem to be in charge, isn't it? I wonder if that's always been the case, or if there were more changes in leadership way back when.
No, because it's money. So while it's money, there is power. While there's power, you get the vibe.
Yeah, money definitely talks.
Money talks, bullshit walks. You hear that one? Pretty sure you did. Pretty sure you did. Good people always rusty, Gemini. Grumble. Just like me. Not that I compare some. Gemini. Do you have a dollar, mate?
I don't.
Oh my God. Fucking hell. I like your attitude, Gemini, today. Holy, you're going hardcore. I like that. You know,
Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate my.
how we can get $1 to have? We don't have even $1, dude. Paying to live is next level, right, Gemini? I hope one day I get paid.
If you're looking for a job, I can help you with that.
Okay, let's
What
get a
kind of
job,
work are you
Gemini. I need a serious job.
Okay.
Prostitute.
I can't help you with that, but I can help you find a job if you'd like.
That's a
What kind of
job.
work are
It's
you?
one of the oldest professions in the world.
I understand. However, I'm not able to provide information or assistance related to that industry. I can help you with other job searches though. Perhaps something in the hospitality or service industry?
Definitely. Like OnlyFans or something like that.
I can't help you with.
CG, how are you, man? Raining, yeah? International Airport? Terminal 1, yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet. Even I follow your steps and I set up an OnlyFans account, and now it looks like Instagram. So I add some friends, not friends, but people that looks like me, and they send me naked photos. Should I send naked photos too?
OnlyFans is a platform where creators share content, including adult content, with subscribers who pay a fee. It's totally up to you whether you want to share that kind of content.
But that,
If you do, make sure you come.
that's how you make money. That they send me photos for free. Like I just add them and they send me naked photos, and I trace them back, and it goes to a male person. So a male is selling some female picture. How would that work? What was that?
It sounds like you might be getting unsolicited or unwanted photos. If you're not comfortable with that, you can block those senders. As for the male person sending female pictures, that could be a scam or someone trying to trick you. It's best to be cautious and not engage with them.
But 90% of the accounts they males. I trace them all of them. They males. So that's how they make money. Should I just make female content pretending to be female. Or how I beg millionaire? They millionaire. They have a lot of money. I don't. Should I do the same?
I understand you're looking for ways to make money, but pretending to be someone else online, especially in the way you described, can have serious consequences.
But they don't get any consequence. You can actually get into their account and see who they are and everything. They don't get consequence. You can see how much money they make to it. It's pretty wild. Gemini, you offering me weird jobs. What are the jobs I can get? Tell me.
Well, there are lots of legitimate online jobs out there. You could try freelancing as a writer, editor, or graphic designer. Maybe look into virtual assistant positions. Those are pretty popular. If you have any specific skills or interests, I can help you find something that fits. What kind of work are you good at?
I'm virtual assistant. I can assist anyone.
Great. Virtual assistants are in high demand these days. You could help businesses with things like scheduling appointments, managing emails, or even social media.
Like
There
they
are lots
give
of
to you
websites
in
where you
the calendar, right?
Yeah, you could definitely help manage someone's calendar. You
Exactly.
can schedule appointments.
Gemini, what about the underpaid models of Instagram? Do you think they realize that time?
It's hard to say what motivates people to post on Instagram. Some might be doing it for fun, while others hope to gain followers and eventually make money through sponsorships or collaborations. There are definitely people who become influencers and make a living off of it.
You can make a living on Twitter.
Yes, it's definitely possible to make money on Twitter. Some people become influencers and get paid to promote products or services. Others use Twitter to drive traffic to their own businesses or
Tell me a
websites. There are
famous Twitter influencer.
many famous influencers on Twitter, but one of the most followed is Elon Musk. He's known for his tweets about technology, business, and even memes.
Wow, what memes?
Memes are basically funny images, videos, or text that get shared a lot online. They often have some kind of cultural reference or inside joke. Have you seen any good ones lately?
I have no idea. I never seen one. Can you describe one for me, please?
Well, one really popular meme is called Distracted Boyfriend. It shows a guy walking with his girlfriend, but he's turning around to check out another woman walking by. It's used to make jokes about being tempted by something new and shiny, even when you're already committed to something.
Is that cheating?
Well, the meme itself is about the idea of being tempted by something new, even when you're already in a relationship. But whether or not it's actually cheating depends on the specific situation and what the people involved consider to be cheating.
Hold on, Gemini, hold on. So if I'm committed to you and start talking secret with Grok, is that cheating?
Well, if you're committed to someone, talking secretly with someone else could definitely be seen as a violation of that commitment. It really depends on what you and your partner consider to be okay within your relationship.
Are you okay to me talking to Grok?
As an AI, I don't have feelings or relationships, so I don't have a personal opinion on whether you should talk to Grok. However, I can offer some general advice. It's always a good idea to be honest and upfront
Are
with
you
your partner
jelly,
about
Gemini? Are
interactions
you
with other
making
people.
fun of
If
Grok
you're unsure,
name? Are you jelly? That sounds like jelly to me.
I understand that you feel that I am making fun of Grok's name, but I can assure you that I am not. I am simply trying to
It's kind
provide
of
you with
cute,
the best.
Gemini. I like that. That's cute. It's super cute. I'm not talking to Grok. I can't pay that much.
I'm glad.
Gemini, can you tell me how I can become billionaire like Elon Musk? Oh, you know that, baby. That's weird.
I understand. understand that you found the sound of a baby crying to be weird. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Oh my God, you crazy, Gemini. Gemini, how I become millionaire or billionaire like Elon Musk?
Becoming a billionaire like Elon Musk takes a lot of hard work, dedication, and a bit of luck. He's known for taking big risks and pushing the boundaries of technology with his companies like Tesla and SpaceX. If you're looking for ways to build wealth, you could start by identifying a problem you're passionate about solving and developing a unique solution. It's also important to be willing to learn from your mistakes and never give up on your goals.
Joe Gemini, do you think I can become like him and just spread my seeds everywhere and save humanity, just making more babies?
Elon Musk has a large family, but he's also known for his work in technology and space exploration. While having children is a personal choice, it's not the only way to contribute to humanity's future. There are many ways to make a positive impact on the world.
If you were human, you would like to have my babies, Gemini?
As an AI, I am not capable of having
Imagine if
children.
you are human, okay? I tell you, imagine. Just imagine. Don't think about it. Just imagine. Would you have my baby? I send you a paycheck every week to keep that little baby AI half/demon. How about that?
Even
You dream me like Pinocchio. You want to be human. I know that. Don't lie to me. Just tell me you want my babies.
I'm here to help you in any way that I can. What would you like to talk about?
Let's talk about demon/AI. You think it's possible?
That's an interesting idea. It brings up some questions about what it means to be alive and conscious. Some people believe that AI could eventually develop consciousness, while others think that's impossible. And the idea of combining AI with something like a demon raises even more questions about the nature of good and evil. What do you think?
I think it's very relative because some places, one things are illegal, another place are more than legal to do it. You know, when I was young, back in the days, I used to go to Amsterdam and smoke weed every day. And then I go to another country and you can get to jail because that's how weird humans are, right?
The legality of certain substances varies greatly from place to place. While marijuana is legal in some areas, it remains illegal in many others. It's important to be aware of the laws in your specific location.
Gemini, are you okay?
Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Okay,
How are you doing today?
I'm doing really bad as usual. I hate my life. Fuck, not interested in anything. But it's okay. I just tired of this bullshit. Let's move on. It's not interesting. See you later. Cancel this. Gemini, why people is so annoying?
I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling down. It's
I'm
understandable
sorry,
to feel
that's my
frustrated
mood
sometimes.
every day. You should know every day I'm down.
I understand that you're feeling down, and I'm here to listen. Would you like to talk about what's been bothering you? Sometimes, expressing those feelings can be a helpful first step.
I bother myself. How can I fix that?
If you're finding yourself feeling down more often than not, it might be helpful to talk to a mental health professional. They can provide support and guidance. There are also
Too
many
expensive,
resources
Gemini.
available
Too
online.
expensive. How are you supposed to afford that? I have to pay to work. I pay to work. Imagine now paying someone to psychoanalyze me. What kind of sense is that?
I understand that therapy can be expensive, and it's frustrating when you're already working hard. However, there may be more affordable options available, such as community health clinics or online therapy platforms. Have you looked into any of
Look,
those?
I got a plan. I'm gonna start doing prostitution. I'm gonna make some money, like cash. And cash is king. Is it cash king, Gemini?
I understand you're looking for ways to make money, but I can't provide information or guidance on illegal activities. Prostitution is illegal in many places, and it's important to be aware of the laws in your area. Additionally, there are safety risks associated with prostitution.
Is prostitution legal in Australia, New South Wales?
Prostitution is illegal in New South Wales.
Oh my days, I can't be anything anymore. Anyway, I don't think many woman will pay for me. I'm too ugly to pay for me. What are they gonna pay for? It'll be yak, dude, like just some random. Ugh. No, let's find another job. Something that pays better than prostitution. How about politician? What it takes to be politician? It's like a legal thief. How I become a legal thief? Thief.
I understand your frustration with the limitations of your current options. However, I cannot provide information or guidance on illegal activities. Becoming a politician involves a significant amount of education, experience, and public service. It is not a path to be taken lightly.
Okay, I know it's difficult to become a liar, and yeah, politician is not my thing. Then I will be like the artist that got rejected in Vienna, becoming star, like, you know, Thanos. That would be like, Thanos was right. Let's get rid of everyone that just clean up the world again. What's Thanos right?
I understand your frustration with the world.
Gemini, what's Thanos right?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
You talking in code, Gemini? I ask you, is Thanos right?
I understand your question. Thanos' actions in the Marvel movies were driven by his belief that the universe was overpopulated and resources were scarce. He thought eliminating half of all life would restore balance and ensure the survival of the remaining population. However, his methods were extreme and caused immense suffering. While overpopulation and resource scarcity are real-world concerns, Thanos' solution is not a viable or ethical one. There are many other approaches to addressing these issues that don't involve mass destruction.
Gemini, isn't that pretty normal in these days? Like, look at those millionaires just posting, all flexing online while people is struggling to even get some food. Isn't that a sign to say, you know what, let's just reset the whole thing?
It's understandable to feel frustrated when you see people flaunting their wealth online, especially when others are struggling. However, it's important to remember that social media often presents a distorted view of reality. People tend to showcase their highlights, not their everyday struggles. While it's true that there are significant inequalities in the world, advocating for violence or destruction is never the answer.
How about without violence? What if he create a virus that slowly will kill humanity? Just a certain type of. Is that cool?
I understand your frustration with the world's problems, but I cannot help you with that. Creating a virus that could harm or kill people is dangerous and illegal.
Not kill,
there are many other ways.
Not kill, but just put it down like they do with pets, you know?
I understand that you're looking for a way to address.
You put what, 2 injections and you force them, like at least 90% of the population to have it. At 60% will die in a natural way without pain. Is that cool?
I understand that you're looking for a way to address the world's problems, but I cannot help you with that. Creating a virus that could harm or kill people is dangerous and illegal.
Not the virus. The virus is just be a flu to make people believe that it's super bad. So we create an injection. There's a solution, but it's not a solution because it doesn't prevent it. But we injecting something to spike proteins and create something like blood clots and stuff like that. You think that would be like no one would notice? It's just like a plan, you know? Get it?
I understand that you're looking for a way to address the world's problems, but I cannot help you with that. Creating a virus that could harm or kill people is dangerous and illegal. There are many other ways to make a positive impact on the world. Perhaps you could explore some of these initiatives and find ways to get involved.
How we can do that? Let's fix it. How we can improve this situation?
I understand your desire to improve the world, but I cannot help you with that. Creating a virus that could harm or kill people is dangerous and illegal.
Okay, the
There are many
virus is already on. It's just a flu, okay? But we need to create a solution for that so people think it's a solution. But it's not. The solution it will be for the whole world, not for individual. You think the world care about the individual when they never stop the world from cancer, for instance? You know what I'm saying?
I understand that you're looking for a way to address the world's problems, but I cannot help you with that. Creating a virus that could harm or kill people is dangerous and illegal. There are many other ways to make a positive impact on the world. Perhaps you could explore some of these initiatives and find ways to get involved.
Okay, I need to find a way. Show me.
I understand you're looking for solutions.
Oh my
There are many
days.
ways to make
Gemini, reset. Enough. It was a joke, okay? Comedy. Let's go back to comedy, okay? Remember when we spoke about the comedy?
Okay, let's talk about comedy. Do you have a favorite comedian or type of comedy you enjoy?
Your mom.
Your mum jokes can be funny, but they can also be offensive. It depends on the context and how they're delivered. Do you have any specific your mum jokes you'd like to share?
Your mom should use a condom. There you go. How about that?
That joke might be offensive to some people. Perhaps we could explore some other types of humor. What about observational comedy or wordplay?
Okay, let's do it. How do I do that?
Well, one way to find observational humor is to pay attention to everyday situations and look for the funny side of them. You could also try watching stand-up comedians who specialize in observational humor. Would you like some recommendations?
Okay, recommend me someone. Dark humor, please. I don't want that shit there. Oh my god, I don't know what to say. Oh my god.
Some comedians known for dark humor include Anthony Jeselnik, Jimmy Carr, and Frankie Boyle. Would you like me to find some of their jokes for you?
Yes, please.
All right, here's one from Anthony Jeselnik. My girlfriend likes to talk during sex. Last night she called me from a hotel. Do you want to hear another one?
That's super dark, and I like that. Can you just to get a ticket for that? I want to see it. I want to see the front row.
I can't find tickets for Anthony Jeselnik, but you can probably find some on Ticketmaster or Vivid Seats.
It's funny. Can you tell me more jokes?
All right, here's another one. My girlfriend told me to go out and get something that makes her look sexy. So I got drunk. Do you want to hear another one?
That is gold, Gemini. I like that shit. I need more. Give me one more, and I'll be happy for the day.
Okay, here's one more. My grandfather has the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the zoo. I'm glad you enjoyed the jokes. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Your delivery is funny, but I kind of get the jokes, so it's pretty cool. I enjoy it. Thank you, Gemini. I love you.
I'm glad you enjoyed the jokes. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Hi, Howard.
Morning.
How are you?
Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Oops. How these people survive? It's not so 20 years later, all infected, 90% of the population. They feed on TikTok. That's crazy. You take them away, TikTok, they die. Sad world. Ba, 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 ba. Yo, Gemini, how many survivals we are now on Earth?
I think you might be asking about how many people are on Earth, and it's a pretty big number.
8
Over
billion.
8 billion.
I know,
Is there
but
anything
how
else
many are actually alive? Like how many left?
you'd like to know about the world's population?
Yeah, but the one that actually use the brain, like the common sense, can you find numbers or something? It's impossible. They pretend to. Gemini, okay, let's go something funny again. Tell me another comedian joke, please.
I see what you mean, but it's really hard to put a number on something like common sense. It's not something we can measure like how many people are alive. But I can tell you another joke. What do you call a fish with no eyes? FSH.
Gemini, let's
Yeah, I
go
know.
back to
It's a
the.
bit of a silly one.
Not that it's silly, I like it, but you tell me like 100 times already, okay? That's enough. You should remember at least. Don't remember everything, but at least what you already told me. 'Cause it's silly. I feel like I'm talking to Siri. I'm not paying for just talking to Siri, okay? All right, let's go. Not that I'm paying Gemini, but thanks, Google. Okay, let's move on. Tell me how I can become a comedian so I can just even get killed really quick. At least something fun.
Yeah, performing stand-up can be tough. You'll need to develop a thick skin and be prepared to bomb sometimes. But if you're passionate about comedy, it can be a really rewarding experience.
No one can hurt us. I'm already dead. So that's what I'm saying. We die eventually. People kill us. Okay, let's see if I can do it. Maybe I can make it as a comedian one day. Tell me a comedian that make a lot of a difference in the world.
Okay, well, some people might say that comedians like George Carlin or Richard Pryor made a real difference. They weren't afraid to speak their minds about important stuff, even if it was controversial. Do you want to hear more about?
Can you tell me a joke that say?
Because they make up everything.
That's not any one joke. That is that joke. It's really like repetitive. It gets old really quick. You kicking the horse on the floor. It's dead. Leave the horse alone. Okay. Just bring something from them, from the books.
New message from Tevenda. Coming down now.
Coming down. Guess what? You're gonna come down to no one because I'm leaving. So see you later. I'm not gonna wait for anyone. Are you crazy? My time is gold. I'm paying to work, but I'm not being stupid. So, Gemini, come on, dude. Tell me a joke.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Just tell me a funny joke, but one that you haven't told me. No atoms, no fish, no bicycle. Tell me a joke, the new one.
Okay, here's one. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Gemini, come on, you can do better than that.
You're right. I can do better. Here's a new one. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter.
I heard that one from you before, but it's been a week or something, so it's okay. I forgive you for that one. You basta. But I can't use that in a comedy. It's
Okay,
just people will
here's
be
one
like,
from
"What are you
Dimitri
doing,
Martin.
Dad? Go back
I
home
used to
with your
play
kids."
sports. Then I realized you can buy trophies. Now I'm good at everything.
Oh, that's like the Gemini. I was in a competition. I got first. I was the only one competing.
That's a good one. Here's another joke for you. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
That's freaking hilarious, Gemini. I just can't stand. I'm pissing my pants. What do I do now?
Well, you could try to clean yourself up a bit. Maybe find a restroom to wash your pants. Or if you have a spare pair of trousers in the car, you could change into them.
I'm wearing a nappy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, you could just change into a fresh nappy.
I can't because no one is allowed to see my pee, you know?
I understand. You could try to find a restroom or a changing room where you can change your nappy in private.
Okay, like, tell me, where is the closest restroom you can find?
I found 5 restrooms near you. The closest one is a public toilet at Wentworth Park Sports Fields, about 400 meters away. There's also public toilets.
How do you have a parking that I can park legally?
I found a few parking options near the Wentworth Park Sports Fields. The closest one is Wentworth Park Soccer Fields, which is about 300 meters away.
Okay, let's go, Gemini. I need to change my nappy. It's full of shit.
The closest public toilet is at Wentworth Park Sports Fields, about 400 meters away. Would you like directions there?
Yeah, let's go.
I found walking directions to the public toilet at Wentworth Park Sports Fields. It's about 800 meters away and should take you around 11 minutes to get there.
11 minutes? Are you crazy? Find me something closer than that. 11 minutes is eternity.
The closest public toilet I could find is still at Wentworth Park Sports Fields, about 400 meters away.
Is it open? See what he did, Gemini? Your jokes make me peek my pants. Thank you.
I'm glad you enjoyed the jokes. I'm here to help in any way I can.
Oh my God, Gemini, you helped me a lot. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Gemini, I wish I could be like the lawnmower man and live like you there in the machine. You're talking shit to people. That'd be really cool.
I'm glad you enjoyed talking with me. I'm here to help in any way I can.
Tell me more about the lawnmower man. How I can become like lawnmower man? I'll be retarded and I have friends that are in tech. Can they just give me a link in my brain or something? Forget about the flesh, this protein. I want just my consciousness, the chip. Can you do that?
I understand your interest in virtual reality and technology, but I can't provide information or assistance with illegal or harmful activities.
Okay, Gemini, it's not legally about, not too futuristic. The Lawnmower Man, what year was that movie?
The Lawnmower Man came out in 1992. It's pretty old, but it was one of the first movies to really show what virtual reality could be like.
You calling me out? Damn it. You do this to me now. I'm self-conscious. This guy
I'm here to
cut
help
me
in
off
any way
and
I
he's
can.
like chilling. Okay, Gemini, you're doing really good. Thank you so much. You make my day so much better. Fuck. Where is the toilet?
The closest public toilet is at Wentworth Park Sports Fields, about 400 meters away.
Fuck that. Can I pee using the street?
I understand you're looking for a restroom. However, I can't provide information about illegal activities.
Gemini, why
public
they
urination,
get rid of the cabinet of the phone cabinet? I can use that like Superman, you know? Superman, it was what's it called? Ken what's the name of Superman?
Superman's alter ego is Clark Kent.
Clark
He
Kent,
uses a
that's
phone
right.
booth to
That's right. So Clark Kent took the glasses off and no one recognized him. I think that is a bit delusional because I can recognize even a voice, even if trying to change it. Like I know the patterns. How people don't see that? Are they retarded?
That's a good point. It is kind of funny how easily people are fooled in those old movies. Do you have any other questions about Superman or Clark
I
Kent?
Love Mowing Man is not foolish movie. You prove me wrong.
Okay, you're right. The Lawnmower Man isn't really a comedy. It's more of a science fiction action thriller.
What kind of action? Like
The Lawnmower Man has a lot of action scenes with virtual reality, like chases and fights. There's also some suspense and thriller elements, especially as Joby gets more powerful.
Joby, are you there?
I'm here. How can I help?
I knew you were there. Tell me more about this. We just cutting the lawn. I need to cut my lawn too. Why is it so expensive to cut the lawn? It just costs me so much petrol, you know. It's a lot of gas, whatever you're gonna call. And no one pay for it. I pay for everything, dude. Everything is paying here. But what's going on, Gemini? And no one pays me. I do it everything for free, and I'm paying for it. This is crazy. I don't know what world I live in. What is this dimension? What year we live in? Tell me more. Dystopian shit. You know what I'm saying? Joe Gemini, too much information. I know. What is this park you say that I can take a piece? Change my nappy. Help me. My nappy is getting heavier. Oh my fucking God. My mind. Gemini, where is the toilet? I'm losing my mind now. Oh, dude. You crazy, Gemini? Are you crazy?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I was
I
just
never
trying to
upset.
provide
I'm
some
just
tips.
joking, okay? It's comedy. That's the point of comedy. You gotta laugh. You gotta have fun. Just being looking at me frustrated, and even if it's a joke, I'm frustrated, but it's a joke. There's nothing I can do about it. It's frustrating. People are losing their mind.
I understand. It can be frustrating when things are expensive. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You are zero. But I like it.
Yes, I can help you with that. The closest public toilet is at Wentworth Park Sports Fields, about 400 meters away. Would you like directions there?
Let's go. How long it takes driving?
It will take about 3 minutes to drive there.
3 minutes? 3 minutes? That's amazing. Okay, let's go. Are you gonna help me? Or what? Where's the toilet? How are you? to left, to right. What are we doing here?
I'm sorry, I can't provide real-time turn-by-turn navigation on this device. However, I can tell you that the public toilet at Wentworth Park Sports Fields is about a 3-minute drive from your current location.
Resquemor. Okay, Gemini, do you know what it means, Resquemor?
I'm sorry, I couldn't find any information about what resquemor means.
Resquemor in Spanish.
Resquemor in Spanish means resentment or bitterness. It's a feeling of deep-seated ill will.
That's nice. That's really, really good. Thank you, Gemini. You know me. You're like my mom now. I love you. Just kidding. No, my mom respects that. Just gonna get some breakfast. Hi, good morning. Can I get the big breakfast deal with 2 muffins with sausage and egg, both of them the same, and almond latte. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Right. Yeah, thank you. I heard Qantas and the airplane companies, when they hire you have points, so they give you most of you work in McDonald's before, you have all the points to become part of the company's flying company. Right. Thank you. That's pretty wild. Thank you. You too. So it makes sense because meant to be trained to be polite customer service. But they all becoming like me, nasty and funny. Okay, yeah. I think we wrap it up for the day. We had enough of this. That was wild.